I hope we can resume. I hope we can resume our session. I'm Benon Carrara. For those who are joining us for the first time, you are joining a Data Plus professional training program. Data Plus is a private organization, has been operational since 2020. So we've been operational since 2020, 6 years now. And we do trainings like these ones. We are here almost every weekend. So you are also sacrificing this month. No weddings, no weekend plans. We're going to be here. But I can promise that it's going to be worth it. Yeah. So we do these trainings all the time with others you saw. We do research consultancy and technology-related solutions. So for those who are here and it's their first time, you can check Wi-Fi code. Sorry? SOMG. Is it open or does it have a password? Doesn't have a password. We might not use it that much except for the AI part, but just in case.
And for people who are not able to access SOMG, you can offer assist.
Yes, there are two. So in case you want to use a restroom, it's just straight out of this door. You see some signs. Yeah. So I would like to introduce our team, which we are going to be here together in the whole session. And we are going to be supporting each other in this learning process. Our lead trainer is Dr. Lema. He's going to be introducing himself when time comes and he takes over the floor. And we have Branchard and Benjamin, as well as Fabrice. Yeah. So for the team I just introduced, they are our assistant trainers. So every time this is a technical training. I hope you're ready to really work, right? So as we learn, we're going to go into Excel formulas and functions, which might be tricky for first timers or for us who are learning. So every time you face any challenge and you feel like you're lost, always raise your hand up or signal them. They are going to come to support you. This helps us to make sure that no one is left behind as we are learning. So you don't expect your laptop to be sleeping during this training. We expect your laptop to be working all the time, from morning when you reach here to the evening when we pass. Right? Yes. So every time, please, you have a challenge, please just raise up your hand. Someone is going to come and help. So we are a large team. We expect to be able to support everyone in case they need it. So even in the WhatsApp group, anytime you have any challenge, please write in the WhatsApp group and someone is going to support you. Either during the training or even after the training. Because the WhatsApp group stays there, it's always active, and you can always go to it in case you have any challenge. Right? We are clear on that one. Okay. So we're going to be here for the next 3 weekends. It's from today until, is it 19? 19. Yes, until 19. It's Saturday and Sunday. So we're going to be here for 3 weekends. We're going to start with Advanced Excel. Then we're going to finish with Power BI. Because it's in that order that is more effective. Because they work together. Or they interoperable. right? Yes. So we're going to start with advanced Excel and then go with Power BI. Even people online, I think Benjamin already introduced himself to you. So anytime you have any challenge, please use the chat box in the meeting, and she's going to make sure that you're guided in any time when you have any challenge. Yeah. So every time we are doing this training, Benjamin is always recording the session. So that in any case, when you want to do a reminder, we are going to share a link and you can always go to that link, right? So there are times when you go back home and you're trying to do some practice, but you feel like you're lost. So you can always go to that video and you hear exactly how the trainer guided us on that one or on that particular concept, right? Yeah. So there is an LMS. LMS is the learning management system. So when we are doing every training we do, there is an online repository of all learning materials, notes, exercises, and videos. So we're going to guide you. I think at least at the end of the day, we're going to guide you on how to enroll on that LMS. Because sometimes we do it in the morning and people come in late and they tell us they did not enroll. We're going to do it in the evening before we go home, the LMS, so that every time you want to go further, because the materials on the LMS or the e-learning platform are way expanded than what we can do during this short time of the training. So in your own time, you can always explore more on the LMS. At the end of the training, we're going to have what we call a capstone project. I hope we are together on this one. So Data Plus doesn't provide participation certificates. I hope you have seen that even in announcements. So at the end of the training, you're going to have a capstone project. It's more of assignment, a practical one that is also project-based. For you to go back into what we learned during the training practically and deliver a project. This goes to your portfolio. If someone asks you, do you know how to do data analytics? You're going to show them a project you worked on, not a certificate. Because everyone can have a certificate. But someone who has a project is superior. There is a proof that you know something, right? So that's our mode of training. So at the end of the training, please expect a capstone project. Even though during the training, we are also going to have some exercises, right? Yeah. So in the training, we use English. That's why I started with English. Because during the training, we always have people who don't speak Kinyarwanda. Like right now, the English Dr. Lema knows is like this one. It's Maramutse and something. Some very little Kinyarwanda. So we're always going to be using English, but the co-facilitators understand Kinyarwanda. And does anyone? Benjamin is saying that they have forgotten Kinyarwanda. Okay, but in any case, you can always reach out to them and they are going to support you, right? Yeah. So when you have any issue, please reach out to any of us, either in the WhatsApp group or personally. Someone is going to support you. Otherwise, I would wish us a great training. Yeah, as I welcome our trainer. Before that, does anyone have any question? Does anyone have any question? We are all here for the very first time. Do you have any question that you can address before we start? No one? Okay, in any case, when you have one, please reach out and we are going to try and explain the best way we can. So apart from that, during the training, I hope many of you at least, when you had Data Plus for the very first time, you did some research around social media or anything so that you don't end up being scammed. So the reason I'm bringing that topic up is because we always take pictures during the training. They are public functional pictures. So if you see our camera guy coming in at some point, but they are just professional pictures because we use our digital platforms actively. In any case, when you feel like you don't want to be taken in that picture, just inform them. But generally, they are decent pictures, and you're going to share them with you because you always have a link and we share them with you. If you want to keep some memory of the training, you're going to see nice pictures that he takes because he's a professional, right? Yeah. Otherwise, please allow me to welcome Dr. Lemwa to take over the floor as he leads us through the training. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So it will be hands-on, so I wish I can be somewhere here.
Do you want the short one or this one? Charging. This short. Let me send you the link. Does it work?
All right, thank you. One second. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Yeah. People from online can hear me.
Yeah, I can see you're sharing your screen.
Yeah. Now about the song. Yes. So, can you hear me? All right. Good. So, as the CEO introduced me, my name is okay, you can call me Emma. I come from a place where those titles do not mean anything. So to allow people to interact without any boundaries. So we call each other by what do you call it? By first names. So you call me Dr. Lima or call me Lima. It's fine. I don't mind. So at EMS, I'm a lecturer and a researcher, but also I play the role of data scientist whenever there is a research project we are working on. And at NISR, which has a partnership with EMS, I work with the UN regional hub, as also a senior data scientist. So basically, this is all about me. My background is I hold a PhD in mathematics and statistics option from the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Yeah, so I've been using Excel for quite long, but on daily basis, I'm a programmer, so I code. But anytime you meet your CEO or your boss, you can't be showing codes. So they want tables, dashboards, anything they can visualize. So that's why I got skilled also in Excel. So this is what I'm here to share. So I'm going to give you the roadmap if there's no question about my introduction. So the roadmap of the course, so you can see some here. So it will be data management and some. So when I say data management, means you can get data from sources, okay, and then you can store them in Excel. And the management is cleaning them and then come up with summary tables, which we call pivot tables. And we'll be also so dynamic arrays. Those are things we can fill in like very quickly. And when you see lookups, means that you are searching a certain maybe ID, from one cell to from one array to another one, or from another even workbook. You want to search whether an ID, if you are maybe managing people, so a certain ID, does it belong to another column, and then you can find it, and then if you need another information beside it, you can also retrieve it. Right? I'm getting an echo. So maybe you have like two microphones open. So yeah, it's good now. So this is the entire roadmap. So we'll be talking about tables and structured references, okay? And second, we'll be doing the search, looking up information, according to a certain identifier, okay? And the third one, we will be talking about the dynamic arrays and formulas, okay? So mainly it is formulas, okay? So we'll be running formulas, calculating a certain thing. If the formula does not exist, we are able also to build our own formula to make things happen, okay? And conditional aggregations. If you want to maybe sum a certain column based on a certain criteria, because when you read summing, you don't sum everything. You can sum by district, you can sum if something is happening, something like that. And logic and error handling. So sometimes when you run your formulas, you end up having errors. They are sometimes identified as hash and /A. So those are errors, you can handle them. So if you are running a certain formula and you end up having an error, what do? You can also handle it that way. So text functions, we'll be working with text, okay? So if you want to merge maybe names coming as first name, middle name, and last name, you want to make it a full name, you can also use text functions, okay? And we'll be working with data, dates and time, okay? Sometimes you have data graphs, but your interest is to calculate maybe the average age of the participant in your survey. Thanks. So you'll be dealing with date and time, okay? And let the lambda function, as I said, sometimes you may be running like your own function, custom functions. So this comes from here, the custom functions. And 9 validation named range. We'll figure out what that is, and then conditional formatting. Conditional formatting is like sometimes you want to color your cells according to a certain criteria. Okay, you say that okay, color maybe marks that are greater than 60% in blue or green, and then below will be maybe a dark orange to have a plus of one.
Could it be color coding?
Yeah, but we call it conditional format.
Like you can also use it when you want to identify duplicates.
Yes, yeah, you can do that. It depends on the criteria you are setting. Yeah, you set criteria and then it will follow things. And then pivot tables, very interesting because if you want to do charts, comes always from pivot tables and slices. Okay? So if you want to maybe aggregate maybe average age of people or participants by district, and then you want to have the bar charts of those average ages, then here's your thing. And if you want slices, means that you want to put filters. I want an information, but based on only, if I mentioned districts, I want only Kigali City. So I'll be having Gasabo, I don't remember them what. So, yeah. Sorry? Yeah, but I want by district, and then I put a slicer for provinces. So I just choose Kigali City. Kigali City is a district, is a province, right? And then you need to have 3 districts. So if I want average ages of participants belonging to the Kigali province, then I will have 3 bars. So it comes from here. Isn't it? Okay, and then Power Query is also a very powerful thing to do analysis. So ETL here is extract, transform, and load. Okay? And we also have like a Power Pivots and DAX. DAX is just data analytics in Excel. Okay, and then okay, we'll be having the what if analysis. I think where people will get most excited about is this one, because it comes from a bunch of data, dirty data into visuals, and then you interpret it. Okay, and that's it. Auditing and performance. So yeah, this is the broad roadmap. So sometimes you find me going upside and down according to questions. You know, while you are doing something, someone may ask something that will trigger, a certain knowledge. So you could go back and then learn things and come back. So we may not follow the roadmap as designed, okay? Yeah, so why am I displaying things rather than going directly into hands-on things? So yeah, it comes from adjustment. Before I was just coming and then, yeah, open Excel and we start. Yeah, we had discussions with the CEO most of the time, and he was telling me, let people know exactly where they are going, so that when you will be taking them to the destination, they will follow. But if you just come and start typing things, it's a bit messy. So yeah, that's why we have slides. So I was mentioning regions. So regions take it as maybe provinces here in Rwanda. So we have east, west. This is just a dummy data, okay? So in Excel we'll be having things like this. All right. We'll figure out how even we can add dollar signs to a certain range of numbers. Okay. You can even customize it as Rwandan franc if you want it. Okay. Change dollar into Rwandan franc. It's up to you. So those are some functions. Why do we use tables? When we are in Excel, we want to do, for instance, sums. Sometimes we need to use a cursor to like highlight from top to bottom. But when you transform your range of columns into a table, this is a working code. You just take the name of the table, all right? And then in the bracket, you put the corresponding column, and then you can sum. Instead of yeah, having something that resembles the table says, and then you come in the bottom and then you say equal sum, and then you go what you need to have like 1 million rows. You know, it will take you time, but this one is just identifying the column and you see. But now the question is, if you want to sum according to a certain criteria, now it is where the sum is coming. Yeah. So you sum if a certain criteria is fulfilled. So you can also do things like this, okay? You take directly the column of amounts and then you multiply by 0.08, and you have maybe if this rate is the tax you have to pay on your sales. So this one, you have the amount multiplied by the rate of tax, and then you get the amount you owe to the government. Simple, right? So we have also the conditional counts. You count if now you identify the column of regions, and then and you just count for the eastern region. Okay. Yeah. So I know the slides are boring. You want to do something, right? Let me illustrate this one a little bit quickly, if you want. All right. All of us, let's take this table. Let's enter it. So we start with dummy tables. You'll bear it with me. We start with dummy tables like this, okay? And later on, you know, when you start doing things on a smaller scale, it's the same as doing on a bigger scale. So don't worry, right? You want to work on real world data. So assume that this one is the real world data, and then we start with the small one. So let me start from scratch. I delete this one. So let's, all of us, order ID. Let's go. And then we have a column called region, and then we have a column called products. Sorry. So if you want to move, can you see my screen? Yeah. So let me make it bigger. Is that okay? So if you want to move row-wise, okay, right? Like if you want to move like row-wise like this, use tabulation. And if you want to come back on the second line or any other, right, you use enter, okay? So now we have product. I always assume that people I train do not have any skill. This is what I do. Yeah. This is my assumption. And then, yeah, because we come from different backgrounds, so if I put the bar very high, we lose people. Yeah. Yeah. So now I have reached the end. I hit enter. It comes under order. Have you tried that? Yes. And then I have the ID 001. And then I have East here. The product is laptop. And I have, so don't put the dollars for now. I will show you how we'll be adding the dollars, okay? Ignore the dollars, okay? Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is also something we can even make Excel understand. You can split those two. This one remains here and the other one goes to the other side. So we'll come back to that. So 85. And then I have, so, stop for a second. Instead of hard coding things, sorry, I'm sick. So what we have been doing is just a lot of work for nothing. In Excel, when you have consecutive things like this, 1001, 1002, there is a way of filling it automatically. You call it autofill. So you just select the two previous one, and you hover the corner of the triangle here, and then the rectangle, and until your cross turns black, then you can drag it in. Start now moving down, right? And it will fill it automatically for you. Did you see it? Yeah. So you just, let me redo again. So you can start with just 1001 and 1002, and then you get the two. Then move your cursor into the angle, and then you autofill. Yeah, I don't know how many do you want. Yeah, we don't need the last one. Then we can continue. So this is also a trick. Yeah. And when you are also dealing with continue, and then I'm talking about something else. The autofill also, like if you are dealing with months or days, January, February, you just have to have January, and then you move, and then you have February, March. So those are the automatic filling things. Yeah, just a small parenthesis, and we continue our exercise. So then 1004, we have the south. It's a laptop again. So if you have already an entry up like laptop, just write lap, and then Excel will also help you out. Okay. If it is the entry you want, you can just use tabulation and then move. Okay. Then we have 1190. And the last one is west. And then we have dock 220. So here's the data. So the question now, how do we have the comma separator for thousands? So we are going to, if you are done with data entry, we'll arrange the table so that it looks like this. Exactly. Right? Are we together? So if you want to have customize it so that you have like decimal numbers, for the amounts, all you have to need to do is just put your cursor on the corresponding column. Then you see an up and down arrows. Okay, then you can click. That means even if you add a number later on, if you just select a range like this, it will just happen for the selected part. So yeah, you don't know if your data will grow at some points, then use the range. Okay, then so that we use the formatting for the entire range. So how do we get the comma here? This one has appeared automatically. Then we just go to this this side, you see general, right? And then underneath it you have a percentage, and then there is this sign that looks like a comma. Okay, you click on it, and then it will give you that formatting. And they are also well arranged. You see the decimals, not the decimals. You have like a thousands separated by comma. Okay, so how do we bring now the dollar sign? So it is, we have to customize our column. So you go to, now it has turned to accounting. So you could have also done this instead of clicking on this shortcut. You highlight and then you go to, it was general before, and then you can go to accounting to have it as, yeah. And then you have also many things. You can deal also with data, long format, short format, and yeah. Then if you want to customize, then you go down to more format. I don't know if you have it. Okay. Then you see down there, custom. Yeah. And where is it? Number accounting, and then you can reference with what do we take? Huh? Canada? Currency.
Yes.
Yeah, we check get currency and then English currency. What is that? Let's take United States, and then maybe it will come United. Where is United States? Yeah, USD. Okay. So it comes like this, but if you want, you can also yeah, let's use USD. So as you can see here, we have USD, right? Or you can use this one. Yeah, this is what I've been looking for. Yeah. So you have this one. If you want, you can turn it into Chinese yen. There is euros, and so and so. Okay, this is Rwandan franc. This is ours. Okay, and then if you want, yeah, and that's it. So they may look different, but this is how it looks in Excel. But now, when you click, the number is still as the way you just entered it, 1250. But the formatting you see is different. Okay. Are we together? Yeah. Okay. So now, according to you, if I want to have a total here, how do you do it? We have many ways. So let's do the traditional way, and then we'll be transforming this into a table. Then we can use this for me. So what is the traditional way, So people do sum like this, and I have to do this. Okay, in Excel, you close it or not, hit enter, it is going to calculate for you. Okay. All right, this is the sum. What is the other way, you know? Control equal. So I have command here and then equal. It doesn't work in Mac here. So there is something we call auto sum. Okay. So control is control in also Mac. Yeah? Control equal doesn't work here. Yeah, for me it doesn't work. So another option is to have this auto sum here. So you have auto sum, you can also have auto average, you can have auto count. Okay, but you are summing. So the first one which is activated is just auto sum. You just, if you are on Windows, you may just see this the sum like in statistics, summation sign. You just click on it. It does exactly what we did. Okay, it writes the formula and then also highlights the range. This is what we call auto sum. Okay, and we have it. Are we together? So let me redo. We hard code sum and then we highlight and we close. Right? And if you want, you can even skip one line if you want to like give the flexibility to Excel to accommodate additional data. You may skip lines if you want. So I'm going to do this. Sum is, and then I take this one. I have my sum, all right? Or I use auto sum directly. So auto sum is going also to highlight everything before where you are entering the formula. Okay. If you want, you can now use also you can use the cursor and to tell that I don't know why it is not doing it. Sometimes you can move it up and then to eliminate this. But you know that in Excel we have like cells are having coordinates. We have the column identifier and also the row identifier. So if you are on this one, it is a D7. So if you don't want D7 to be in it, you can just say D6, right? And then the blank one will be forgotten, isn't it? All right. So what I've been looking for is this one, yeah. So if you do this, it is going also to help you like adjust the range, okay? Yeah. So now, if I want to add, for instance, a column of like tax, if I want, then I will calculate tax from. Let's assume that the tax rate is 0.08. Okay. So then I'm going to say tax rate. I'm going to put it somewhere here. So 0.08. Sorry. Oh. Okay. So how do we calculate the corresponding tax for all the amounts here? Yes, please. Huh? It has gone. Just with this flickering. Wow. Good. Sorry, online people. Is it internet connection? No, it's not. Looks like I'm not online. Oh la la. You lost the internet connection. Do you have like an internet connection? Like,
Which one are you using?
I was using my own.
No, use the one Wi-Fi.
This one?
Yes. No problem. We'll use this one. SMG. If it gets weak, you can switch to this one.
Guest.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, back. So how do we traditionally construct this column based on this one, according to our tax rate? If you are to do that. Sorry, I'm busy, please. I'm busy. Yes, I'm busy. I'll call you back. Voila. So, yeah, how do we calculate tax? Taking into account the amount and rate. And the rate. How do you do that? Equal. Times this. And I hit enter. And then I do one by one. We have a problem here. So you know why it is 0 here? So Excel is assuming that an empty cell is 0. So if I double click, imagine by moving it down, it is also moving on this side. So you have to fix the cell of the rate so that it takes the same cell while calculating for the others. So how do we fix the rate in the formula? You can do it manually just by putting dollar signs before and after where the rate is. There is also a shortcut. You can use functions like Fn and F4. So you'll be seeing different ways of fixing things. So the first one is blocking it, like fixing it, so it doesn't move row-wise or column-wise. So if you hit it again, like function F4, now it will be doing it for rows. Okay, if you do it again, it will block it for columns. Before H means columns. If the dollar moves after H or before the number means rows. Okay? All right. So now what we want to do is to block it so that it doesn't move neither row-wise nor column-wise, right? Yes. Fn, F4. F4 are those, F4 is here. Yes. Have you seen it? Does it bring the dollar signs? Yeah. So now that the cell is fixed, yes? Oh, okay. Let me augment again. So now if I now drag and pull it up to the end, I'll get things done. All right. But Excel also gives you the possibility of running things without even thinking. Like if you have already this column, because we are doing the calculation based on this column. So if you move your cursor to that corner and double click, it will do the calculation for the following cells like this. Okay? Yes, please. How I did? Okay. It's equal. All right. Yeah. Good question. So it's equal, and then you select the first amount, all right, which is referenced by D2. So D2, this is the first amount, all right, and you use the multiplication sign. Now, what you need is to multiply it with by the rate, right? Then if you want, you can also use 0.08. Yeah, but now it works. But what if the rate changes one day? Yeah, that's why we are using formulas and reference cells. Okay. So I'm going. Sorry, I'm going to use H1 like this. But now, as I demonstrated it, if we drag it to the other cells, you are going to get zeros because it is also moving. So how do we fix it? This is what we have been doing. Fn, F4 together, and then you fix the cell of rate so that it doesn't move. Okay. Once you have the tax calculated for the first amount, you can just put your cursor here in the corner and double click. It will calculate for the remaining cells. Okay. And this is what we did. Okay. So I sold this laptop at 1,250. So what I give to the government is 100, according to this rate. But what if the rate changes one day? So let's assume that the rate has changed to 15%. So if you change this rate to 15%, what do you think will happen here? Yeah, everything will be changing. You see, automatically. So if you had also sum somewhere here, the sum will also change. Yeah, this is what we call automation. Sorry? All right. So this is how you can automate your dashboard, okay, in Excel. So you just trigger something and things will be moving. Even if you have like charts, the charts will be adjusting according to your inputs, okay? Yeah. Any questions so far? Let me clean. Yeah, so it's FN on your keyboard is this one, F4 Yes, please. You have the touch bar. So when you do FN, they will appear. Yes. Yes. I think it is. I don't know. It would depend on the versions of Excel you are using. Yeah, I'm using Office 365. So it may depend on the versions. But you are together, right? Yes. But you can also format it. Maybe add tabulation somewhere here to make it look better. Yeah. So if I want to also sum, the money I will be giving to the government, how do I do? You see, for each corresponding item I sold, I have corresponding tax, right? And what if I want to know the total amount I owe to RRA? How do I do that? So RRA, for online people who do not know, is Rwandan Revenue Authority. Okay. So in Excel, if you have a formula working for this one, you can just copy and paste it. Okay. You just copy. You copy as if you are copying this number, and then you paste it on the next cell. It will calculate the sum of what we owe. Control Z. So if I have this formula working for the amounts, right? And I want to reproduce it here so that it will calculate the tax. So because I have the sum already working for this column, right? I don't have to go back again, do equal somewhere, and then drag things. No, I just copy and paste here, and it works. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. And if you double click, Excel understands that you wanted to reproduce the formula, isn't it? Or second way of doing it is you just drag like this, and then horizontally it does the same thing. Okay. And another way is also doing the auto sums. If you want, you do it here, enter, and then you come here and do it again, enter. You have the same thing. Depends on how fast you want things to be done. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. You know, everything we do here, you can just highlight the cell and then go up here to do things. Yeah. And if you want, you can click to maybe select a particular function you want to operate with. I don't know why it is not working, but yeah. So you can write formulas up there, or you come down here to do them. It's the again and again. Let me put it back. How about online? Yeah, I'm still there. So far, so good. So now so this way of doing things, we call it, this is the traditional way of doing calculations. So how do we turn this toy data into a table? So you just hover or you click on order ID, all right? What you are going to do is to just do, I think it is Control T, yeah? you do Control T. Mac users, you use Command. So anytime I will say Control, for Mac is Command. Okay? Command T. So you will see this pop up here. Excel understands that you want to create an Excel table from your existing data. You know, it is even highlighted. Yes. So if you agree with everything, you just hit enter. You see how the table will be changing. Do you have it? Yes. All right. So the table you have just created, I created one in the same workbook before. That's why this one is table 1. If you see up here, for you it is the first time, then you'll be seeing table 2, table 1. For me, it is the table 2 now. You can also rename it. You call it cells and hit enter. So now your table is named what? Cells. It's no longer table 1, but it is now called cells. Okay? Now, wherever you want to do calculations, if you call a table called cells, you can identify those columns of that table. So let's say I want to calculate total cells somewhere here. You see the formula up? Sum of column. You can even do it yourself, you know. So table of cells is the cells we have, and then bracket amount, and then you hit enter. So come back to how you named it. Okay, when you transformed it into a table, you know the name appears automatically up. You see table 1, right? If you see table 1 in the corner here, you can just change it in anything you want. So if you don't see it, okay, can you do Control Z? Because this is not a table again. This is not a table. Yeah, and then Control T. Yeah, and then hit enter. Now you have the name. You can change it into cells. Yeah. Oof. Will this help? No, select. Put it on order. Control T. Yeah, hit enter. And you can rename table of cells. SALES.
And that way, the sums are left behind.
Sorry?
The sum, the totals are left behind.
Those ones, eh?
Yeah, not part of it.
Yeah, they are not part of the table. That's why, you know, I had to like leave a certain line there. Yeah. And then what is good with the table? Let me move this so I can cut. Cutting is what? Control X. Like in what? You can do Control X and then you can move what we did so far down. Okay. So what is good in having a table like this? Means that you can add more data. Okay. Imagine I want to add another item. So let's say I want to continue the the numbering. So let's say I have stuff again, and then I sold a mouse, and the amount. You see, the formatting is adopted automatically. So imagine if you have the same table like this, which is not a table somewhere else, and then you come and paste it underneath this table, it will adopt the formatting. And if you have anything calculated, it will change. Because the new data is part of the existing table. Automation. Okay? Yeah. Okay, let me instead of putting it here, let me just have this somewhere here. So I have a second sheet, okay, with this information. So so I have data like this. So imagine I sold the mouse at $5 maybe, right? And this is the corresponding amount. So it is, the formatting is still there. I don't want the formatting, so I'm going to copy and then paste it somewhere. So paste a special paste, and then I need values only. Okay, means that if you have data coming from another sheet, not formatted, you see there is no dollar, there is just zeros, like this. And then we know that this is the order ID, and this is the region, and this one is the amount, and then this is the tax. Okay, so this data, let's add another one, like 1007, right? Which region? Randomly. East. Okay, East. And then what did I sell? Keyboard. And keyboard amount? Okay, zoom. Okay. Thank you. Keyboard, let's say 100. Yeah. And yeah, I don't know the. Yeah, I did. They don't see. Okay. Let me close here. Yeah, I'll get better one day. So I have data coming from another cell. I want to merge it to my existing table. So I just copy the two rows. So you just copy and you go back. You just put it down here. If you paste, yeah. If you paste now, it is not, the formatting is adopted, but the amounts are different. So don't worry. There's another thing you can do. You can just click on the 220 like this, and then take this broom. All right. If you want, you can take this broom and you can just put it. Yeah. You can take one and use format again, and things come back. So because there is a formula here, you can still double click, and then it will calculate for this one, and you can double click again, calculate for the rest. You see, we have just added data. So if you had like things calculated using the table, since the table is growing, you will see also the sums changing. Okay, now let's use our sum of column. So we want to sum the column of amounts. We want to know the total amount. We have it here, but we now want to use the table name to make it happen. So we do equal is equal to sum. So now you know that you have a table named sales. So you just put SA, and then you will see the table coming. Okay, the table is here. So what you have to do is just click on it, And if you want to identify any column of that table, you use square brackets. As you can see, they are appearing. You have order ID belonging to that table. You have the region, you have product, and then you have amount. I can select amount, right? If you select amount, you can hit, no, not enter. You can just click. Sorry, I did a mistake. I click on amount, and then I close my square bracket, and then close also the parentheses. That's it. As you can see, it is even highlighted. I entered the formula using the table name, and then you see that the range is highlighted. And what I have to do is just hit enter, and I have the same summation. So this one is better if you have like millions of rows, instead of dragging from top to down. There is also a shortcut using keyboard that you can do, like a Control Shift and then arrow down to select everything, but this is the best way to do. For the formula, yeah. So let me do it here. Equal the sum, and then I use the sales table. So when you open the bracket for the sum, right, you just have to type the name of the table you have, okay? And you'll see the table of sales. You just click on it, and if you want anything from it, you can click. You have those columns directly from the sales table. So I need the column of amounts, and I have. You can also do it for tax, okay? I have, and close the square bracket, and then I close my parentheses and hit enter. I have my total sales from this table. So can you also do tax? Do for tax, and then now you can say maybe, so now if you remove the tax, what is remaining? If you remove the tax from your total sales, how do we call what is remaining? What is the name in account? Is it the benefit? Benefice. For French speaking people. Profit. Yes, it's profit. Yeah. In French, we call it le bénéfice. Yeah. So now, what we are going to do is to calculate the tax from this column, and now also find ways to determine which profit I will be getting when I send tax to Rwanda Revenue Authority or any other regulator. Okay. Yeah, try things. Don't wait for me. Calculate the total tax. Yes, please. Yes. The only thing that changes is to turn amounts into tax. That's it. Brackets. You select now the column of tax. Close the bracket. Now, how do we determine the profit? Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is okay. This is just a name we give to what will be happening, right? This is just a name. You write it as it is. It's not a formula. And then you use tabulation tab to write the formula. Yes. So a formula starts with with what? Equal sign. Then you use the sum function. Yes. Sum. No, not that one. You use sum. Double click on the cell, please. Yeah. So double click. Yeah. Then use sum. Write sum. No, sum with just one M, and then open the parentheses. Write cells. Yeah, it's there, right? Yeah. You can click on it. Yeah. And then you. Did you click? Yeah, sir. And then you open and then you click on amount. Yeah. Click, double click. Yes. And then close the no, that one. You close the square bracket before the and then close the parentheses and hit enter. Yes. So do the same for tax. So what will be the formula in profit? Is equal to this one, and then you deduct tax. That will be the profit. So I have not yet calculated tax. If I calculate this amount will update. Okay. So your table is sales one. And then you who was not able to do it? So how do you calculate the profit? Imagine you own a shop. You have total amount of your sales, and then you have the tax calculated. Yeah, but now you know. That's the formula. So minus, it's like a simple calculation. Yeah. First of all, minus tax, and then you get the profit. Where? Yeah, subtract. Yes. Minus. Just hyphen. It's. So this is equal to this minus this. All good? Okay. Yeah. That one doesn't work. Yo. Mm-hmm. No, tax is there. When you use curly bracket, tax is there. You no longer use the first. You use the then you close. Yeah. No shift. Yes, and then that's it. Yeah. I think there's slight problem. Yeah, there's no opening parameter. That's why. Only that's not. So yeah. Now you can calculate it. Yeah. Yes, please. Sorry? Yeah. The third one. For profit. But do you mind I give you the slides later? Yeah. I'll give you the yes. Yeah, we have everything. Yes. Yeah. So what is also good with the table, if I want to reproduce exactly this task using now a second formula, you just have to put your cursor after like this. It ends at E, right? If you write anything in F1, it will be considered directly. It will convert it as a column of table 1. So if I say task 2, so a second way of calculating the same task but using this formula, you see, our table has expanded. All right. Now I can be able to use now columns of that table directly. So I can say equal, and then I use, you see, when you open the square bracket, you already see existing columns. Understand? So now if I use art like this, if I use art, I can now select the column I want to operate on. So it is amount, right? Then I can close the curly bracket, means that calculate on this row, for this row, okay? For this row, use the amount on this row, which is 1,250. So to art means use this amount on the row, on the specific row, and you multiply it by our rate. Then what do we do? What do we do so that when I would be calculating things, it won't move down? Yeah, I fix it. I can do Fn, F4. And when I hit enter, it has calculated for the others. You see the beauty of having a table? You just do for one, and then it will reproduce for the others. You don't. Okay. So I even delete the column. So I want to add another column that does the same thing. I can even delete this one entirely and reproduce it. But since we are exercising, so I can call this one task 2. Okay. So our second way of calculating tasks for a given amount. Okay. So whenever you add something after the table will also expand. It does not only expand vertically, it does also expand horizontally. Okay. So when I hit enter, I've created now a new column for my table. So now I can use the second formula on the slides to calculate, the amount on a given row multiplied by the tax rate. Okay. So I can just do equal and then curly bracket. So it is even telling you if you use at, means that on this row. So because we are on this row, so it means if I now select amount, take this amount and multiply it by the rate. So I can say amount, but I need the at to say for this a specific row. Okay. And then I multiply it. You use arrowbars as if you are writing someone's email. Yes. Yeah, I just use at. Or if you want, you can click. Okay, you click and then you can select amount and you close. So if you hit enter just like this, it is reproducing all the amounts. Okay. If I do no calculation, it is taking all values from amount and put them in tax 2. But what I want is to make some calculations based on that column. So I multiply by now the rate. And because I'm afraid, I don't know if with the table things will work. No, it is not working. Okay. So I have to freeze I1. Okay. So I click here and then I do Fn F4 to freeze I1. And then if I hit enter now, everything is calculated automatically. Okay. Again, yeah, repetition is pedagogic. Yeah, you are lucky I'm a lecturer also. So how do we add a new column to our table? If you followed so far, how do we add a new column? So I will just type the name of the new column. And what do we do next? Enter. Spans. Okay. Now I can make calculations based on a specific column. So since tax 2 is now part of table, I can use the square brackets to get columns from my table. So, and you even have a hint here. If you use at, means on this row. So I click on this row, and then what I want is what? Amount. So the amount variable is here. I click on it and then I close. Okay. If I don't do nothing, what will happen? It will take everything and put them in. Copy paste. Yeah. Isn't it? Now, if I want to do any change, I want to get the tax I owe to Rwanda Revenue Authority. Sorry, I multiply by our rate. Sorry. Yes, the formula, you can look at it here. So now, the same mistake. If you just hit enter without freezing the rate, then you get into the same trouble. So we have to freeze the rate. So how do we freeze it? Fn F4. Now it is freezed. If you hit enter, everything is recalculated. So you want to use task 1 or task 2 is up to you now. Okay? All right. So note that task 1, task and task 2 are the same. It's the way we calculated them are different, but they are the same variables. Okay? So for the third formula, now the count if I want to know how many regions, how many times the region East is coming back in my data. How do I do that? If I want to know how many times the Eastern region is coming back into my table, the number of times East is repeated. How do I do that? Yeah, formula is here. You count, but that count, you do count if. You do the count if. Okay? Yes. There is to freeze So, who is still struggling with the FN? We leave no one behind. Who is struggling with FN? Why am I the only one? Encourage me. Oh, okay. All right. So we want to introduce the task using now those formulas you see. So you can just put this back. You see, just like this one. But now figure out how to use the second formula. You are using this row. This row using add. Means this, on this row, take the amount and multiply it by the rate. So just do equal. The rate was so you know how? So you start with both sides. Then square brackets. No, square. Square is this one. And then if it is on this row, you double click on this one. Yeah, and then you can select amount. And you close the you can multiply it by the rate is here. And now you have to fix the rate. FN. Yeah. Oh, this is activating the microphone. Yeah, no. So it happens sometimes. Before and after pay, you can add dollar. Add a dollar. And then after pay, then yeah. So, yes.
Yeah, for the text, did you copy and paste or you used a formula?
Where? Here.
Yeah, text, the total text.
This one?
No,
This.
text.
And this one?
Yes.
No, I wrote the formula. I wrote it. It's here. The only thing that changes is, instead of tax, instead of amount, you change amount into tax, and then it does it for tax. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So online, how are you doing? If you have any question, drop a comment. Yeah, or you can open your microphone and directly interact with us. Okay. Hope you are hearing me. There is no reaction.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, Jean-Paul. All right. Good. Okay, Asaf. Okay, Sarah. So they are doing well. Okay. Good. Yeah. So if I want to count how many times east is repeated in the column of region, or column of regions, so I just use this formula. Okay. And I identify the column on which I'm operating. And what I'm looking for is east. That's it. Okay. So how do I do that? So count of east is equal to what? Yeah, is count if so in Excel you can use capital letters or small letters. Doesn't matter at all. It's just like in SQL. If you have ever used SQL, Okay. Then it's the column of regions. Then the pattern I'm looking for is east. Is it true that east is appearing 3 times? So we have 1 time here, 2nd time, and the 3rd time here. So you can even change, you can change in your formula to see also other, you can look for south if you want. Count if, and then you locate the region column in cells. This is the formula. Table, bracket, the corresponding column, comma, and then the pattern you are looking for. And the pattern you are looking for is east. So what if I write east like this? Yeah. Yeah.
If the value of the value you want to search to count is in capital or
It doesn't matter. Actually.
the value.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I just did it. He's doing it. Yeah. So equal, it's just this. You remove TDL, and this is the working code. Count if, cells, bracket region, and east. So even if you write it in small letters, imagine it is automatically turning it into capital.
What if you use a single quote?
A single quote. Aha. Now, single quote is something else in Excel. So you may end up having an error. Yeah. Yeah. So text in Excel is double. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you can still change it. So this is a good observation. I think for him, all this range is in a dollar format. So now counting how many times the Eastern people buying things from the Eastern province is appearing in the data. You know, the 3, instead of having like 3, simple 3, like numerical 3, you're having $3. So let me just reproduce what you have. So I have $3 like this. So I can still go back, instead of accounting, I say general, and then it turns it back to the normal 3. Yeah. Yeah. And then your table is named what? What is the name of the table? Sales. The table name is sales. So write sales, yeah. You click on sales. Double click. Now, how do you identify a certain? Yeah, so it is. Yeah, so to locate the region, you have to now select it. Double click on region. The second one. Double click. Then you close. Yeah, comma. Now you can write the pattern east. Yeah. Then close the parentheses and enter. Yeah, Enter now. So now it is 0 because east should be in quotes or quotation. Yeah. So if you forget to add quotes or quotations, it will find nothing. It will return 0. Okay. So now this is triggering another knowledge. I'm able to count for one region at a time. What if I want to know how many times all of them are appearing? Yeah. So if I want to learn, like for each unit province, I want to know how many times it is being repeated. Yes. So it is a lot of work. Yeah, this is where the idea of having a pivot table is coming from. Yes. So this is where the pivot table is needed. If I want, instead of counting just one region at a time like this one is appearing 2 times. I reproduce the formula. This one is coming 4 times. But I can do it for for all of them using pivot table. Yeah? Yeah. Okay? I'll come back to the pivot table. Now there is also this search. So sometimes you want to like locate a specific information, or you want to maybe locate where the information is. Like if I want to, to know, for instance, if I take this column, if I take the product for the wireless, what is the corresponding price in the data? So the X lookup can help you do that. Okay? Do you want me to answer the problem of pivot table before we go there? Because I've triggered something in you. All right. So I could have added a pivot table here to say, okay, if you do count if, it will do it for east only. But now if you want to know for east, south, and the west, how many times they are appearing in your big data. This is small, right? But imagine you have a big one, and then you have to know the frequency of people buying things. Is this shifted to the east or west? You know, your clients, are they coming mostly from Kigali? Or, you know, as a businessman, you want to know. Yeah. So you can also do it here. So here's our table. You just have to put your cursor somewhere here, you know, and you go to insert, and you see the pivot table up there. Okay. So I'm just going to use the pivot table this time for counting the number of regions repeating themselves, right? And moving forward, we'll also have sophisticated way of using also the pivot tables. Okay. So I click on pivot table. So I get a prompt, not the ChatGPT prompt. This is like a window prompt. So it is asking me whether I should do the pivot table in another sheet. So it will automatically create a new sheet for me, all right? And then does that counting. Okay. So I say yes. All right. Then the pivot table will bring all your columns, all the columns your data has. All right. So what column are you counting? So the column of region. So I can put it, I drag region and then I put it on rows. So all of them are appearing here, east, southwest. So now how do we get the numbers? So I take the same region, I throw it into value. Finished. So, yeah, we are here, all of us. Confirm? All of us are here. No, all of us are not here. So let me. So if I delete, Excel is going to add it will increment the number of sheets. If I delete the next sheet, the pivot table we create will add another number. It will be 4 instead of 3. Okay. So let me just go ahead and delete, or I can tell Excel I have already an existing sheet. Do it there. All right. So how do we get here? So you go back to your data, click on one of, you click on A1. Okay, just put it in the corner here and go to insert and pivot table. If you click on pivot table, you get a prompt like this. It will ask you whether you want to create a new sheet or not. So if you say yes, it is going to add sheet 4. I already have sheet 1, 2, and 3. It will create sheet 4 for the pivot table or pivot table. I don't know how you pronounce it. Or you can say I have an existing range, do it in the existing sheet. You can also just click here and you can highlight this one. Yeah, it will do it just in this part. So you decide if you want to put it elsewhere or you work in this current working sheet. So it's better to do it in another one, right? Yeah. So if you click on this first cell of the pivot table and you click on delete, you hit delete, the pivot table will also go, right? I don't know why is it not going. Yeah, delete the pivot table. It goes. Okay. So now you know how to get here. I want to count for each region how many times it is repeating. So I take region and then I put it in rows. If you put it in rows, it will be row wise. If you put it in columns, you get them also column wise. Okay? Yeah. So if now put them in filter, this is where the idea of slicers comes. So you have now created a slicer. You can now select for each province. So if you unselect them all, you will not see anything. And then if you want to operate for only East, so you just have information for East. If you want to have information for South, you unselect and then you select, so and so, to have an automated way of displaying your results. Okay, Control Z. Let me move back. Now I've put it on under rows to have it row wise, right? Now how do we get the numbers? You can take any of the columns and then put them in value. But the danger is if you take like an amount, what will it do? So you know everything about pivot table now. So it means that the cells belonging to the instant, this is the corresponding. So it is summing. Sum of. But instead of summing, you can also take another indicator, like another function. You can do count, you can do average, you can do everything. Is that okay? So now the question is, how many times Eastern, Southern, and Western are appearing? So I'm going to put it back, and then I take maybe order ID, and then it will be just give me order ID are numbers. So I change it into counts to have counts. Or I can just take the region itself, and then this one I will remove it. Just take it, move it back, and then it will go. Okay. So you can take region put it on the row, under rows, and then also take region again, put it under values. Okay, and then you get you get what? The table of frequencies. So let me give you a small test, and then we go back to slide 3. So if you want to start seeing like, I don't know, charts already, you can start. So just yes.
How should you delete the count of region?
How do
Let's assume you make a mistake.
uh-huh.
Wanted to get,
Mhm.
but, this amount of region.
So you take this, you drag and drop it back. You drag it like this and you drop it back. And the field names like this, right? This is what you asked. This. Yeah. So now if you want to do for amount, you take amount now and then put it here. If you want the average amount instead of sum of amount, you change the formula into average. And now it is average amount by by provinces. So it's 11. Do we take a short? Yeah, just Ministry of Health is saying if you sit for 2 hours, you exercise a bit. Yeah. So this is already a summary table. If you want, you can make charts, pie charts, bar charts, whatever you want. We do summary tables. I think in one day we have just finished the entire Excel. Yeah, if you do the VLOOKUPs, that's it. You have the VLOOKUP, you can search IDs from, and then you can search the index of whatever. You can do the matching. You can do this. You have Excel in your book. Yeah? Yes, please. Sorry? Okay. Yes. There is a wise man in the room. I think he has experience in losing fights. He has told me, now that we are going to exercise a bit, let's save our files before we lose them. You lost it. I'm so sorry. So you do Control S. Control S. This is a shortcut, but if you want, there is this how do you call it? Is it flop disk? Yeah, the flop disk sign, and you click on it. It can also help you save, or you can go to files. Where's file? Yeah, file and then save. So you have 3 ways: Control S, or the flop disk here, and also you go through files. So you can go on your desktop and create maybe a desktop or documents, up to you, okay? And then you create maybe a working directory. You can name it maybe Excel or Advanced Excel. And Power BI. So you have your folder, then you can save things there. So if you, it's saying book 5. If it is your first book, you will see book 1, but you can still rename it. So I can call it week 1, right? So week 1. Advanced Excel. So I call it 01. We may be forced to have another workbook, so, or you can work the entire thing in one, only one. Okay, so I have this. Now it is safe. You can go stretch for 10 minutes and then we come back. Yes. So meanwhile, if someone has a question, I can move. But it's time for stretching. And go out, drink water. Data existing in another table to the main table. Yeah. Yeah. So I am going to mimic something here. Assuming that we didn't have this column of product names, yeah? We didn't have this column of product name, and this is just another idea. Imagine in place of this, we had maybe like product IDs. Yeah. So the system is designed so that when you get this data, you just have column IDs, but without any column name. Yeah. How do we do it? So let's say I can still add columns. So if you insert a column here, you can say product ID. Okay. So laptop, you can say what? How do we do this? Maybe product P001 for laptops. Yeah. So it is the same here. And how about monitor? P for product. 2. Yeah. And keyboard, you can do P003. And keyboard is here, we can repeat it here. So I'm just constructing this example. So this is P004 and then P005. So sometimes data is coming like this without product names. Okay. So I have this table of products. Sorry, let me just paste it here. So I have this. Okay. Sometimes when you are designing your schema, if you are like having a system, you can have your product ID here and then product name. This is what I have. As you can see, it has just took the formatting, but it's not a table. Okay, it's not a table. If you want to transform this into a table, you know how to do it. It's just Control-T. Okay, it will turn this into products. Okay. I can call it product table. But now they are repeating. I want unique identifier and unique name. How do we do that? I just want a unique identifier and a unique name. So normally I have P001, 02, up to 05 with the corresponding names. So how do you do that? We highlight A and B like this. So you highlight A and then you move to B. Okay? A, move to B, and then you go to data. Repetition. I highlight A, I move to B, and then I click on data. So under data, you will see a tool that will help us remove duplicates. It cannot do it if it is a table. So before converting it into a table, let's do Ctrl Z, A to B. Please don't convert. Do Ctrl Z. And now you can see remove duplicates. Okay, under data. So let me repeat myself. Okay. I copied product names and then with their corresponding product IDs, and then I renamed them, right? Like this. I added names. Can you see? Now, if I want to remove duplicates in both sides, I can just highlight A like this, and I move to B. So the two columns are highlighted. I click on the menu data. Under menu data, you will see remove duplicates. Remove duplicates. If you click on that, then you have duplicates gone. So now you have unique identifiers with unique names. So this is how your system is designed. In the table of cells, you only have product IDs, okay? But now the exercise we are going to do is to bring for each corresponding product ID. We provide also a new column for the product name. It happens in real life. Huh? So, as I told you, it is transformed already into a... Yeah, it's here. Yeah. And then see. So in some versions, you don't see the wording remove duplicate, but you see this sign, blue, white, and blue with a cross. This means remove duplicates. Online, yeah, we are online. So let me do Ctrl Z. I have duplicates. I highlight A and B. I go to the menu data. Sorry, data, and then I have remove duplicates. So duplicates are removed. Now the exercise I've just constructed is to, yeah, it's working, right? Yeah, is to use the identifiers or the product IDs to bring back the names. Okay? I could have constructed the exercise at home before stressing you with this. Yeah, now we are going to insert one column here. We will call it product names. So I'm going to delete this one. Okay? I'm going to delete it. I'm going to delete it. Then our role is to insert a new column before amount. Okay? We insert a new column before amount, and then we call it product. And then we bring back those product names using the vertical lookup. function. That's the that's the exercise. Yes, I delete. Yeah. Yes. So now if you want to insert a new column, how do we do? We have insert as a shortcut directly here. Yes. Yeah, you highlight D like this. If you highlight C, it will put it before C. If you highlight D, it will be before D. Yes. Insert. And then we will call it product. Now this is where things will be happening. So we do vertical lookup. Okay. Now the vertical lookup wants the lookup value. Lookup value means which identifier. So we take an identifier to look for the product name in the table of products. You now see the thing, right? Sometimes you have data at district level, and then you have from Rwanda Environment Management Agency, aggregates of rainfall maybe in at district level, but you want to merge it to maybe data at district level, containing information, but you want to also bring information about average rainfall in a district. So this is how we do. Okay. Yeah. So VLOOKUP. So it's P001. You select the first one if you want. Okay. As you can see, it is a table. This is how you identify a certain element on that column named product ID. So at here means on this row. Remember, right? So on this row, select the product ID, and then you use comma. So now, where is the table array? So if our table of products was already converted into a table, it will be easier. Yeah. So now that it is not a table, let me just do it. So this is how you do. You select the entire table. Now, for us to prevent it of shifting, how do we do? Fn F4 means that now our table is fixed. You understand? It's fixed. It is not going to move. The entire table is fixed. Okay? And now we have identified the table. So the third argument now for this function is which column are you bringing to sheet 1? Which we want product names. So what is the index of this product name in terms of index? This is index 1, index 2. So you put 2 to say consider information coming from the second column. And then the last one, it's a Boolean. Boolean means 0 and 1, right? So if it is 1, means that it's an approximate match. Oh, okay. I don't know. Okay, let me do that. I'm already in the formulation, so I don't know if it could zoom. Yeah, I finished. Otherwise, I should start over. I don't mind. I don't mind. So let me. So this is yeah, I think we have to increase this, and I may go to the settings to be able to do that. Publish. Or is it here? No, I can't. Okay, good catch. I have a way of zooming, so 3 tabs, like this. It will work. Okay. All right. So VLOOKUP. Okay, I take the formula. Then P001, right? Is it better? I've done my best. So second is now the table where the information is coming from. So I unzoom, and then it is coming from product. Then you select the entire table. So if it was already a table, you just have to specify the table name. It will prevent you from freezing things, you know. If it is a table name, you just say table of products. You just put product in place of this. So now that it is not a table, you have to freeze it. Okay, you freeze the entire table. Third argument is the column index, so it is the second column, right? And the last one is it an approximate match or is an exact match?
What is the meaning of 2?
2 is column 1, column 2, index of the column where information should come from now. Okay, so if you say true, then it is an approximate match. Means if you have like a P005 with maybe an space after, it will consider it as P005 on the other side. Okay, so I'm going to say false for exact matching. Okay, so what is true in terms of number? True is 1. False? Yeah, so you can either type true in full or 1, or false in full in capital letter like this, or small letter, it's up to you, and or 0. So now I need an exact matching. All right, so this is the entire formula. So now if I hit enter, I'm going to move from this table to the previous one. And it has done it has brought back all the names.
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, I can repeat. So let me delete everything. So I want for each corresponding product ID, the corresponding name. Yeah, using the vertical lookup function. Yeah. So I start with the vertical lookup function, and then the first argument is the lookup value. So it is P001. Okay? So I click on P001 because it is a table. Instead of having C2, I have this, which you you already know. Means that on this line, consider the product ID, the first product ID. And then what do? Comma, the table array. So for the table array, you have to highlight where information will be coming from. Sorry, did a mistake here. So you click on product and you highlight the entire table. Okay. So since we want to prevent the table from freezing, I do FN F4. So with the second example I'll be doing, I don't need even FN F4. I will transform this one into a table and then name it products, and it will replace the entire mess you see here. Clear? And then the third argument is the column where we are retrieving the information from, which is product names. Yeah. And the last one is the exact matching, which is 0. So if you put 1, it can still do, but it's not the exact matching. Okay? Then you close.
After freezing, why?
The first column is product ID. The second, so in terms of index, I will also show you how to identify the indexes automatically instead of hard coding it, because if you have a high dimensional data, you are going to count manually, column 1, 2, 3, up to 10.
Start from index
Sorry?
there.
Yeah. Okay.
The position is start from 2.
No. You may have another one. You may have other columns. So you are just picking names which are corresponding to the second column. And you have to be careful. The first column should be the column of IDs that match the other table. The first column here. Okay? But now, if you put 1, means that you are just retrieving you are retrieving back the column IDs which we already have there. So if you transform 1 into 2, then it will be taking P001 and then corresponding to P001 again, which we don't want, right? We want the other information which is the name. If you put 0, and the 0, as you can see, it's an option to tell Excel whether the matching should be approximate, because sometimes you may, I don't have something, right? You want approximate matching. You know, the patterns may resemble, but they are not exactly the same. So it's just approximate. Excel knows how to do that. But if it is exact, if there's a slight mismatch, even a space, you'll say I didn't find it. But if you do approximate, if there's a space or maybe a character that was inserted without your knowledge, it will match.
One or
Yeah, it is going to work for 1 also. It is going to work for 1. Okay, and you will be seeing this. So it has failed for yeah. 0 means exact matching and 1 is approximate. So it is going to consider P001 exactly on the other table to retrieve the information. But if you put 1, then it will be just approximate. We'll have more examples about this, and then you will see. Okay. But do you understand the concept? The concept of bringing information from another table to an existing table. So imagine this is district, and then you want maybe average information from another data source, and then you want to put them here, so that you can maybe do make a proper chart about maybe average temperature with, I don't know, another quantitative information. Okay, is it clear for everyone, or we should repeat? Nope. It's clear or not? Yeah, this thing is somehow complicated. Yeah, I have my colleagues. They always say, hey, Lema, can you come? You know this thing you did last time. I was trying it. It is not working. Only the VLOOKUP. Yeah, it's hard. So V is for vertical, and then there's also the corresponding one, the other one, horizontal, H lookup. Yeah. So I redo for the last time? Yes. Okay. Please follow. And if I'm to repeat again, I will repeat. Okay? So we have 2 tables. this first table is missing an information. We have identifiers, but we don't know which product we sold exactly on this table. But luckily, we have a table of products that our IT designed. And he said that if you see P001, it is corresponding to laptop, right? So I'm like, okay, then I'm going to bring this information here so that I will have a complete data set. Yeah. So I will use the VLOOKUP. And the identifier I'm looking for is P001 on this row. Okay. And you know that if you do it for a table using this formula, it will reproduce for the remaining rows. Okay. Now, where am I looking the information from? Where? So I move to the table of products and I consider everything. So for the table to not move, what should I do? I have two options. Either I transform this table into a table. You see how English is hard. Transforming a table into a table. This is already a table. This is already an Excel. Okay, you can call it somehow table, but Excel tells you that I can also make a table. You just use the name to have things done like easily. So I have this range. So I don't want it to move. So I just do Fn and F4 to freeze the entire table. Then the third argument, functions, they have arguments. So whenever you finish with an argument, it turns into blue, means now you are remaining with the option. We are remaining with what? The column index, we have already said 2, right? So now the last option, which will turn also blue, is the way of matching. Is it exact or approximate? But my advice is use exact if you are sure that it is IDs, Because if you do approximate, you may get the information of someone who has slightly your ID number, right? And it will be a total mismatch. Okay, so it's an exact matching. So I put 0. Hope everything is in place now, and I enter. So if this was not a table, it will just do for the first element. And because it is a table, now it has done it for the rest. Is that clear? Sorry? So you have an error. Someone can help, please. I don't know how I could get over there. Can you do it so that I can see? What?
Yeah, of course. Which is a copy paste. So it's a copy. This is the product is coming with another browser.
Maybe you can remove yeah, the problem is the space. The column name should not have any space. The column name should not have any space. That's what it's called, W. It's going to work. Okay, yeah, it is getting confused. Yeah, it is getting. You know, Excel gets confused between this and this. No, it's mostly because of the repetitions. Let me try one here. You see? Yeah, and then there is also a mismatch. It is saying that even the P004 is keyboard, P003 is keyboard. So, that's why I advise you to use 0 for exact matching of identifiers.
What if you use 1?
That's the problem it is bringing. If you use 1, then you are in trouble. You will get information that are not relevant. And then you even get some errors. You see the P004 in the table of products is what? It's mouse. But there is a mismatch, like because you didn't specify that it should be exact match. You have to find exactly P001 and then bring the exact information. Yes.
What if we have the table where you are looking for values is more than 2 columns?
There's also a way of, there's a function called index that can help you also identify the index number of a certain column in your table. So while typing, instead of counting 1, 2, 3 until you get maybe to column 800, if on the column 800 you know the column name, you can just do the index of that column in the table, and then it will bring you the number. So instead of hard coding the number here, you'll use the index function. So it is more complicated. That's why I'm inputting it manually. But as we go further, you can also call a function within a function. Yeah, we can. So let me do it elsewhere. But anyway, it is also in the slides. Okay, I'm moving towards it, the index here. So you use the formula index, and then you specify the range, and you want to match a certain thing. Yeah. Okay. So you can say, what is the index of yeah, so if you want, you can say the colon index of amount, like this. You see? Sorry, what am I doing? So it is header. Let me check. So I have sales, and then I have products. No, it's not working. Let me check something little quick. You are yeah, it's not index, it's the function match. Okay, so you can match product. Okay, you can match product, and then we take this range. If you want, you can freeze it or not, and then you say exact matching. Okay, all right. So how many? So it's saying that this is the index 4. So the product pattern was found on this row at index 4. So now it gives you an idea. Instead of having hard coding 2, you look for where product name is, and then it will retrieve. So if I change it right now, it's going to bring issues. You are already ahead of time. Right? So please advise exact matching instead of 1. Is that clear? There are cases where you can also use approximate matching. But here it is a bit risky, as you also noticed. Are we together? Okay. So there is vertical lookup and there's also horizontal lookup. So how do we turn from, how do we go from horizontal to vertical? So imagine if you pivot this table, that's it. So these product IDs are now considered row-wise, yeah? And then the corresponding, and then if you want to bring the product names, you just have to do horizontal, and then you do the search horizontal. That's it. Exact matching, yeah. Yeah, 1 for approximate matching. So it means that if you are searching and you are not really sure that things are written or identifiers are not written exactly the same way, so the approximate match will do, you find patterns that resemble something you are looking for. Yes.
When you have like,
Yeah.
you don't have 70,
Mhm.
but you are searching for 70, but you don't have it.
Yeah.
It's 71. Do you bring the value for 71?
Right.
If you're going to find a student who is close to that max, you find VLOOKUP, there's no student with 70, but there's a student with 71. You bring
Yeah.
that to
Yeah.
be approximate.
Yeah. So if you have like something around Eastern, maybe Eastern province or Eastern region, Okay. Yeah. And then you maybe want to do a VLOOKUP, and then you just want an approximate matching. So in the other table, you just have East instead of Eastern region. So approximate will probably bring the information of East to Eastern region. So it is approximate matching. Okay? Yeah. So yeah, this is how we do the searching. So another, okay, now it will go from simple to complicated. You have to get ready. There is someone who is asking, why are we hard coding 2? Is there any way, like if you have many columns, so am I going to count columns one by one to identify the second column? So there is also a solution for that. So how do we get the 2 using a formula? So there is the formula named match. You can say, you can use match like this, okay? And then you use the column names, okay? Use the column names, but what are you looking for? I'm looking for column name matching product name. So product name like this. And do I need an exact matching? Yes. So it will be a 0.
There is a space there.
Yeah, there's a space. Yeah, but because I've not yet transformed this one into a table, otherwise I will get into trouble. Table should not have a space in their names. Yeah. I'm getting an error. So what did I do wrong here? Let me redo. Is equal to match. So column names and product name 0. What's going on? I'm not sure it is because of a simple space.
Between comma and
No, I removed it, but it doesn't work anyway. So
No, here just there are 2 spaces from the columns A1 and AB. There's another space. Correct?
you mean this space?
No, up into the formula. Up there. Yeah.
Oh no, it doesn't matter. This doesn't matter at all. No, those spaces do not matter. Yeah. So I don't know. It worked. Hey, I mixed the arguments. The matching pattern should come before the range. Thank you very much. So this should go. Thank you very, very much. This should go before. So you specify the pattern, then the range where you are searching the information from. Yeah, now you get to. So where exactly is the column name, product name in the data?
where was the error?
So the mixing, like I was putting product name after, yes, after the range where you should select things. So the same way, if you are looking where exactly P001 is in this data, how do you do? If you want to look for the index of P005 in this vertically, what do you do? The same thing. Yeah, it's match. It's still match. Now the pattern is P00. Yeah, this is actually helping us to understand very easily the X match and X VLOOKUP. Now this is the pattern I'm looking for. Where? Here. And then exact match. So it is at position what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Mm-hmm.
Put the formulas.
Mm-hmm. So match the pattern from this range and use exact matching. You know, it's as if you are talking to Excel. Yeah. Look for P0005 between A2 to A6, and please do exact matching. Yes.
Use one.
I think there is no one here. I think. Yeah, it's there, but now you are going to get the 4. Yeah. 0. I don't know. I like exact matching because if you have IDs that are corresponding exactly, there's no way of using approximate matching. Yeah. If you have a model very well designed. Yes. Okay. Yes, this is what you are going to do. Exactly what you are going to do. I like those kind of questions. Okay, now there's a special. This one. So, yeah, we are aligning now. You ask the question, you understand the assignment, right? Now, instead of putting 2 in the VLOOKUP, we are going to use match. Yes. So, but this is what you asked.
I was asking, is it possible to take this match function, this into VLOOKUP?
So instead of doing 2, we come and click on the 2. This is what you mean? Uh-huh.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes. We are here. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So I can do match, right? So now here you have to be careful. You open and close the parentheses before you do things. Okay. Now you are looking for product name. From where? Then you come back to the table of products. You highlight names, right? Comma 0. The same formula that gave us 2 here is now in the VLOOKUP. So now it is giving us laptop. Yeah, the first 0 is for match. So the match ends here, the match function. This for match. Exact matching for match, and now exact matching for VLOOKUP. But now we are in trouble because things started moving. Yes. Now you understand. So in this formula, you know, when let me bring back the 2 again. I will show you where we should freeze. We should freeze this one. Okay? If you freeze this, then problem solved. But if I freeze it now, people will get lost. So let's assume you had to. You have to. Right? My people, we have to. Yes, I have to zoom. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Better? So instead of writing 2, I'm going to use the match function to bring the 2 in the formula. So match. So I open and close directly for safety. And then I go back to look for product, name. So don't forget the codes. Where should I look? Yeah, so I go back to the table of products. I select the names, but now I have to freeze that one. FN, F4. If it is frozen now, what should I do? Comma to say, do the exact matching. I know that what I've just typed here is bringing 2. The evidence is here. This is the evidence. So I hit enter and everything is done. Complicated and very, very useful.
Me, I don't understand what you are trying to find.
Okay, do you understand that sometimes you just get IDs, you don't get extra information? So what we did is basically bringing those information. You have the ID, and now we want the corresponding product name. This is what we have been doing. But now the other exercise of matching things is just that the conversation which is getting more excited. Yeah, instead of hard coding 2, imagine if you have a long table with many numbers. So you have to locate where a product name is. It will give you the index of the product name, and you will replace the 2 by the index that was found. Yeah. So imagine if like I have another column before column name. You see, it has even changed automatically to 3. The matching. I just added, a column before C. The more I add, it's adding. Do you understand the concept? Yeah. And if I go to the main table, nothing is changing because the matching is bringing the 4 in the formula. So imagine if I had put 2, it will no longer work. So this is yeah. I can do. That's why I always create first column like tax for tax 2. You do it with traditional way of doing, and then you can now do another column with another way with matching. Yeah. So with the match, this is the traditional way of doing it. I can do 2. You understood this one? The information you have to retrieve is from the second column of the next table. But now that I've added empty columns, it is no longer 2. If I hit enter, we are going to get 0. Why? Because of this. So, until I delete them. If I don't delete, then I'm in trouble. So if I delete, I go back, then names are coming back because they were found on the second column. We can even leave it there. Say we have covered this, but we want to know more, right? We want to know more and automate things in a very efficient way. So I'm going to add a new column and then call it product names. So it's not different from this product name, it's the same. But now instead of using just 2, I will be using the match function to get the index of product names instead of hard coding it manually. You understand the concept? You understand the idea? Huh? Yeah. Yeah, for instance, the amount. Instead of having it here, I move it to another, but now it will bring confusion because this laptop, what is laptop? This laptop and this have different prices. So maybe it is depending on the brand. Yeah. So I don't know.
Or we call it product VAT.
Or we can change our data, putting unique things there, and that will change the exercise completely. So I think you have to understand the why. Two price. So maybe this laptop maybe it was bought like 2 months ago. I don't know. And then but then something happened. The price has increased. I don't know. Yeah, because of the war between Iran and things like that. So my question is simple. Did you understand this formula? The ID we are looking for, the table range where the information is in terms of index of the column where we are retrieving the information from, and the way of matching. Is this one understood? No. So this is the scenario. I was given a table like this. I have product identifiers, but I don't even know which product was costing 1,250 or 1,250. So the exercise we have been trying to solve is considering the product names, bring the names, the product IDs, bring the names so that we can know exactly which product is being sold here. Is that clear? Yes. So the solution to that is using the function named what? VLOOKUP. So you know that if you type something here, you are going to expand your data. If you use insert, you are going also to do what? Expand the table. So now there is a free name that was given to you, which is column 1, because there's no other column named column 1. So if you add another one, it will be called column 2. In a table, we should not have like if you have columns with 2 names, Excel is going to yell on you. You see? Now you put 1, something changed. Yeah. So we should never have columns with the same name. Okay. So now the column 1, 2 can be changed into products. Product. So this is where we are going to bring the proper product names from this table and then put them here. So what we are going to do, the concept is search for P001 in the table of products. When you get it on the second column, put it here. And then you look for P002 in the table of products. When you get the name on column 2, put it here. And so and so. This is what the VLOOKUP is doing. So we can start with VLOOKUP. And then we give it the first. We know that after giving the first, if everything is done properly, it will do for the rest. So where do we now look for? Yeah, where do we look for those product names? It's in the table of products. Okay. So we come to this table and then we select. So make sure the first column is the column of the identifiers. Okay, you want to match. So you can even select with the column names, doesn't matter. And you freeze it. Okay. Why do we freeze the data? Yeah, because when you drag it down, the table will be shifting down also. So you freeze it so that it won't move. Okay. So now the third argument is the column index. This is where the match function is playing. So because we know that now we have 2 columns and the word we want to retrieve is on column 2. That's why we do 2. But with the match function will find where product name is on the row of column names. And will bring also 2. Is that clear? Yes. And now the last one is exact matching, which is 0. And the beauty of having a table, everything is done. Yeah, now you may decide later on to delete product IDs, because if you want to now make your report, people don't care about the product IDs. You can remove the product ID, and then this is the table you'll be presenting. Yeah. You take this table with product ID, the boss will tell you, why should I care about the product ID? I don't care. So P001 corresponds to what? So you remove it completely. But now, if you try to remove it here, error. If you try to remove it, it's a problem. There's also a solution to that. You can select, and then you paste. Now, after pasting, you have this thing. You select, copy, and paste. After copy paste, you have this thing. Now this thing will tell you whether you want to paste values. So if you paste values, you will notice that the formulas will disappear. You only have laptop, blah, blah, blah. Then you can easily delete this without any error. Those are tricks you should have. Yeah.
Maybe simply for any formula,
Mm-hmm.
when you want just the table not to be affected,
Mm-hmm.
you just copy and
Paste
values.
and then paste
Any formula,
values.
not
Yeah.
only for
Yes,
the-
yes. Yeah.
just-
Yes. And I did copy paste, and before I see this, there is also this, you will see paste with options. Yeah, you'll do the drop down and then you see it. It's somewhere here. You know, paste, and then paste values only. Yeah. Yes, please.
You say this table
Mm-hmm.
is corresponding to the product sheet table.
Yeah.
For the product.
Mm-hmm.
If you delete and you make, you will only have the values
Mm-hmm.
without the relation with that table. How could you get there? They can be duplicate. You can write or rewrite, but you don't have any of the
I
relational table.
I don't get the
In
question.
the product table,
Mm-hmm.
the data we have here is the one that comes from the product table.
Yes.
But if you delete the product ID or you remove the formula, someone
Like
can
I do like this.
someone can change the value.
Mhm.
No, I'm saying the product name.
Mm-hmm.
If you copy and they paste the value to remove the ID,
Mm-hmm.
everyone can come and they
Yeah.
play with
I mean, it's for the reporting sake. So in your report, so if you share the report with someone and it deletes things, you have the source. You still have.
That's the only option.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So it's for the reporting sake, you can do that. But someone can, yeah, I don't know why people should do that. Unless the person doesn't like you. Hmm? So I thought the question should be like, if I make a change in my data set. So laptop, instead of laptop, it changed their name. Like HP. And I hit enter, I go back here, it will be HP. Automated, because it is going to look for the value, the current value that is there. Yeah. Yeah. Any other question? Yeah, pardon me for this noise. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yes, this is what I'm going to do. So now all the participants are happy with what we have just covered. You understand fully. So now instead of putting 2, we are going to replace the 2 by the matching function. And before we replace it by the matching function, I want to show you what the matching function does. So I use match. I'm asking Excel, what is the index? I was about to reproduce the same error. So product name, this is the pattern I'm looking for. Where is it in terms of index? on this. So imagine you have like 1,000 columns. You know how to select 1,000 columns in Excel? You just click here. This is how you select 1,000 columns. We don't care about what is there. You just click on one. It will select all columns for you. Okay? So on one-to-one, what is the ID of the column name corresponding to product name? And I need an exact matching. It's 2. So even if later on in my exercise, I even add another column of something, you know, it has changed to 3 because I added one column before product name. I add another one, now 4. Do you get it? So now if now we go back to our sheet 1, we have a problem. Because we are matching the column 2, which has nothing. And I told you Excel assumes that an empty cell is 0. Okay? That's why we get the zeros here. All right? So now, if in place of 2, we had the matching function, as we add new columns, it will still match the product name. It will move with it. Okay? You understand the idea behind? So now, if you agree, I'm going to add a new column here to redo the same exercise, but instead of putting 2, I'm going to do match. Okay? So insert, now I call it product name. So name like this. It's not good to have spaces when you are dealing with table names. So I still use my VLOOKUP, right? What am I what am I looking up? IDs. Yes. Yeah, where? In the table of products. So let me zoom the table of products. So I have to highlight the table of products, right? I freeze it. And now the interesting part is, now that I know that if this column moves, I will be in trouble. So I need Excel to get the exact column ID, column index of the column corresponding to product name. So this is where the match function is intervening. Okay, match. Now I'm looking for what? Product name pattern. Where? So I highlight this. Now I know that I'm doing it, you know, the art here, I'm doing it for the first only. So if I don't freeze the column names, I'm going to be in trouble. So I also have to freeze here. And the match function also has 3 options. You have the exact matching, you have the less than, and you have the greater than. So the less than goes from up to, I think it is that, right? From up to down. And then the -1 from down to up. Okay? But what I need here is the exact matching. So I just take 0. So I've finished with my match function. So I still have the last argument of the VLOOKUP. So I also want what? Exact matching for the VLOOKUP. And then I close the parenthesis, last parenthesis for VLOOKUP. And what is remaining is hitting enter. So it has reproduced it for the rest of the rows. So here I'm in trouble, but here, if I delete or add any column, the match function will do the work. It will identify the index. So I can decide even to delete 1, The first will suffer from it, but the second will still adjust because of the match function. Yeah, I don't mind. I'm a redoer. Yes. So, you know why the zeros are there? Because we added one colon and then it has shifted. It's no longer 2. But it will work if I put 3. Because it is number 3 now. I just want you to be flexible. Yeah? It's number 3. So if I put number 2, I'm in trouble. Zeros. Because it is matching, it is trying to find things from here. So they are empty, then it is bringing zeros. Okay? So now, with the match function, where is it? I redo the VLOOKUP entirely. Yeah? Entirely. VLOOKUP. I'm looking for the first ID of products. Okay? Where in the table of products. What should I do now? To freeze it or fix it. And then third argument is what? Yeah, I want to retrieve information from this, but using the match function. What does the match function do? What does the match function do? The index of the column corresponding to the pattern you are looking for. Yes, so we are looking for the column named product name, right? Where? From here. Yeah? And then we don't want things to be sliding. Then we freeze, right? And then the third argument is the exact matching. So I'm done with the matching. Means look for a column named product name and provide the index. So that index will replace the third argument of VLOOKUP, which needs a number, the number of the column I'm looking the information from, right? And then I do comma. The last option for VLOOKUP is the exact matching also. Yeah, because I want the exact matching. And then I close the parentheses. Do you want to do? What are you doing? Who did it and it worked? Only one person? 2, 3, or 2.5? Yeah, I leave the formula like this. You can try. If you don't make it, we can help you. Yeah. We learn by trying, failing, and then when you succeed, figure the thing out. Isn't it? Yes, please.
The only condition here, the ID have to be the first column.
Yes.
No matter what.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Then we have not covered X lookup. We are dealing with the ancestor of X lookup. So I came here assuming that you already know about VLOOKUP. So I was about to tackle X lookup. So let's do it together.
So we start with equal. Okay. That's the function. Click. No, come on. You select the ID you are. Yeah. Then comma. Then the range. So you go to the next table. So select everything. And then give it. Yeah. Please, right? Now comma. Come on. No, you don't have to. Yes. And then, so we are doing the first example, or we are doing much. So, 2. No, you don't have to go back. You can do it from there. 2. Just type if you have the formula. Then what? Exact matching. After a comma. Comma again. After 2, yeah. Now you have the option. Is it the exact matching or no? These are positive. And now you have close. Close the parenthesis. There's a 0. No, it's a 0. Now you can do it. It works, right? It's working. Yeah. Now you have laptop monitor coming back. So when you can now do this, you can add a new column and do this example. Yes. Yes. Oh, okay. Let me try to. Yeah. Yeah, now I know where your problem is coming from. So you should not have the product ID should not have a space. Are you doing the match or just match? Oh, okay. Yeah, continue. I'm here waiting. So you match. You are matching. No. So match, you are matching now this. You said your pattern is product. So write product in quotation. Yeah. Like you quote. Comma. Then now you select only the first row. Exact matching. 0. No, close for match.
This is the last argument for the match now. Now, exact matching for yes. Good. Yeah, but we did understand when we were here. We didn't freeze when we were looking for freeze this one. No. That's yes. Yeah, but you have taken okay. Is it working? Nice. Who's in trouble? Come. So maybe so I always put the match on. That's good. What is the point of your Let me pop. Yeah, that's reminded me that you are not. So, with the same example, instead of just putting on training for running your car, then that's that this is the reason why instead of just yes? Huh? Online. All right. So what is online saying? Can you speak through the microphone, or are they asking what is going on? So I was also helping the participants here so that they can figure out how to do the matching. Okay. Huh? Uh-huh. Mhm. Oh, after all the repetition. So you remain with what is working. You can just put two there, and then if it works, then when you go home, you will understand the matching. No, just kidding, just kidding. We can still, I don't know. For the remaining 2 minutes, we can still repeat. Hmm? Yeah. After lunch, we are going to highlight it, and then we move to X. Yeah, X lookup, and then we move forward. Okay. Yeah. The remaining is just easy. Okay. The toughest part. Okay. We have complicated things, but you have to. Yeah, what you have to overcome it. Hmm? So, Benon, it's one. It's one already. So what do? We continue or we go for lunch? Hmm. So it does the same thing. I'm going to do something. I'm going to remove one ID you are not able to find in the table of products, and then you will see an error. An NA means that I didn't find it. That now triggers something else. How do we handle the errors in Excel? So error handling, from my introduction, that was in the roadmap. Can you read error handling somewhere? Yes. So how do we handle errors while if you're doing something and then you fail to get it because there is no matching? So let's say I remove mouse. And then you go here, you will see this is an error actually. But how do we handle it? We can still do it using VLOOKUP, but XLOOKUP is more sophisticated because it has it already incorporated. VLOOKUP, you have to use if error before VLOOKUP. You know how I'm complicating things again? If yeah, normally if you want to handle this error and change this into not found, I didn't find it, so the code should return not found because it is not in the table of products. I removed it. Yeah. So you just have to edit the formula a little bit. You don't have to change the whole thing. You just put a function before with what will be returned when you get an error, and that's it. Yeah. So I'm going to if sorry after if error. So if I get an error, then you will tell me that not found. Okay. You see? Not found. So if you get an error, then output not found. Yeah. So here's the formula. Let me double click so that you can see it properly. So here's the formula. Your VLOOKUP is there intact. What you just added is if it is an error, then comma, output not found, and then you close. Okay? and it does the work. Is it getting complicated again? Huh? It's good, exactly. Yeah, good. We added just a small thing. The if error is verifying whether the result is an NA, or you get something that is not a number or something like that, then it has only two arguments: the verification, if it is an error, and the message to output. Here's the message. So if you find NA, say I didn't find it. Yeah. Let me repeat. I remove this. I remove. Yeah, someone is very happy. You. Yeah. So this is an error. Yeah. Or this is not a number. Yeah. Or this is an error for us. So now what we are giving as instruction to Excel is in the VLOOKUP process. So if you encounter any error, just bring not found in place of it. This is how we handle the errors. Like instead of giving this, it is ugly, right? We don't like. If you don't like this, if you like, then you can you can skip this part. Okay. So normally the if error function has two arguments. The value, so it will check all the values here. This is not an error, this is not an error, this is not an error, and then this will be an error, right? Then it will be flagged as an error, then this message will be activated. The message will now replace the NA. Is that clear? Yeah. So you can say if this is an error, then say not found.
Just across all the column.
Yes.
Not the column, just the cell.
Yeah. So now I'm just doing it for this cell because I know it is an error. You see the message which is appearing here means not found because I want Excel to replace the error with another clear message. Yeah. So this is exactly what we do here. So we still consider our VLOOKUP, right? But before it, we know that this whole thing may bring an error or not. So if it brings an error, then the error will be replaced by not found. Yes. So we are going to add our function if error, then open the parentheses, and then you go at the end, put a comma and the message. The message is not found. And as you know, we are dealing with a table. It is done for all the entries. And our message is here. Instead of NA, hash MA is now not found. Or you can also, if you want, instead of not found, you can say missing. Yes. Yeah. If you say missing, yeah, you are going to get missing. It is the message you are giving to Excel that will be anything. Yeah. What is missing in Kinyarwanda? Yeah, you can also put that. Or pas trouvé, inexistant. Inexistant in French. The product column, okay. Yes. So I deleted the whole. Yes. Yeah. If I delete this, it will give you empty 0. Yeah. Empty. Yes.
Why is not found?
Hmm?
Why is not found?
Is not found was brought by this function. If error, and if it is an error, then it will be missing or not found. But it doesn't mean that missing or not found belongs to the table of products. No. No. No, it's not there. It's because you are handling the errors. If now you're an input, like a new category that you want to come up with, it's missing, either missing or not found in the table of products. Yeah. So what will happen if I put it back like P006 and the mouse? Will it still have missing? If I have that P006 back and then I put mouse, will it still have missing over there? Because we can find the P006. So it's there. It's 4. It's 4 actually. So okay. Yes. Then it is found. It's not an error. It was replaced by the actual name, the value. Yeah. So what if I delete another one instead of mouse? I can just delete the product ID. You see? Yeah, it's missing. Yeah. So this is the error handling. So basically, what we have done now is incorporated in XLOOKUP. So we don't need a very long code like this. XLOOKUP does it in style. No. Yeah. So this is the syntax. So you give it what you are looking for. So it's just like the P001. And so as you can see, this is the table. The table of what? The table of products. So we have it. I'm going to transform our table into table of products. And then in the table of products, we have a column named SKU. And then in the table also, so the third argument in the table of products, we also have another column called what? Unit price. Yeah. And if it happens that you don't find the information you are looking for, like if the ID corresponding to E2 is not found over there, then you are going to get this error message. Okay, not found. Okay, so let's reproduce this table on our Excel. Okay, so you can have another sheet. You can call it what? If you want, you can have this exact name, TBL products. Okay, so table of products. Let me lower this like this. Okay, table of products, and then you enter all the values. Okay, so I'm going to delete this. So the first column is the SKU, the second column is product, and the last one is unit price. So like this. So as an advice, please, let's avoid spaces. Okay. Now we have KB 100, and then it corresponds to wireless what? Yeah, keyboard. Wireless. Thank you. And the unit price is 45 USD. Come again? Sorry. Ah, you want a random number? Yeah. This is also smart. So run between 20 and 100. Rand between, okay. Then you can have, if you want, 4 values. Yeah. He doesn't want to type things by hand. So actually the run between is just, I don't know if you did some statistical laws. It just brings random numbers between 20 and 100. Yeah. So random number generation. So anytime you click and then do enter, they are all going to change. So they are just 4. So if you want, you can just put this one. Or anytime I do something, they will be changing, which is bad. Or I copy and paste values. Yeah. You see, even pasting values, they change. But now they are not changing. Yeah. So ergo mouse, sorry. $410. How do you fix the randomness in Excel? No. Like we had like set seed in R and the random seed in Python. You don't do it? Yeah, we have to find out how to do that. So yeah, this is the small data. This is the small data. So exercise, I want you to be able to run this code. I'm not going to say anything. You try your best to make it run. This code from equal to closing parenthesis. Ish. Please impress me. How do you get from this table? Where is it? Into table name with brackets. You know the answer. Please. What did you do to get the square brackets with column names recognized?
Sorry.
Yes, please.
Every laptop does not have the X lookup. From Excel 2019, they also have X lookup, but below they don't have it.
Jesus Lord. Oh. So I shall say, is someone having X lookups? Just try do equal X. If you see, then it is there. So if you don't have it, you can greet your neighbor and say, neighbor, can I see your laptop? You have it, right? Then we can continue.
Yeah, continue doing the exercise. So now, how do we turn? I don't know my mouth. I always have a tendency to give you the answers. I was about to tell you what to do. There's something you should do with the data before you be able to run. Yeah, he has got it. You got it right. There's a small trick. When you are done with that, you can run the code. It is not going to work. There's something you do to the data first. After doing it, you will be able to run the exact code. In your system, you don't have this table yet. How do we get it? How did we do for sales? Remember. What did you do? How? That's it. Huh? Yes. Hey. So Control T and then yeah, that's it. That's the only trick. It is now a table, and you can rename the table, right? It's table 4. Now you call it. Call it this. Then you can be able to run the code, isn't it? I'm not going to give hints from now on. Now, the only missing thing is that we don't have something on E2. So I'm going to get this code of E2, and then I put it here. So what we are going to do is to write the VLOOKUP somewhere here to get the corresponding price, unit price for E2. Yeah, E2, which is MN315. Okay. So your VLOOKUP and your XLOOKUP goes here. You can't see, sorry. But now you have to identify the FA. Using brackets. It's that's if you want to like use the exact word. I can give it yeah, because of the randomness. It's random. So the first value is the one under C. And the E1. Comma. And then where are you looking at? Now this is where you consider it. Just type the name. How do you name that table? Product. You didn't give it a name? So, general, you have not renamed. TBL product or products. And then you use the name just the name of this type of product. Now product has also a product. There's a function named product. So it's a bit dangerous. There's an Excel function called product. That's why you're not getting. So you can say direct product. That's it. Now in the column of SKU. So the column of SKU, how do you access it? The table, the table is called how do you access the column of SKU?
I'll come back to the
How about you access any column of SKU? And then you shall see now that how to look for the ML15 in the column of SKU. Now what we need output is the universal. So the argument is we can add it in the universe. So you identify we should do like this. Access that using table names. And how do you access the unit class? Good. Then you select the unit class. And close. If not found, what is the message provided? But this is the in by default, now the mode of matching, by default you have is by default is exact matching then you can so it's saying that the element of price even if it's random, whenever you run the code.
So now make it now this is
yeah, now if you have actually it is the same different process, right? It is kind of what oh no. You see the universe should be closed with a square bracket. Not the line. See, anytime you click somewhere else, but you know, if you want to fix it, you just copy it. So it's not going to run you can make edit and redo. Yeah. You can edit and redo into master. Who got it? Who was able to do it without any help? Huh? Wow. Okay, now we can just put it at once. But if you have 1 million something, the maximum you can say is 1 million. So how are you doing? So you do Control F and you're done. Yeah, she's right, but hey, smart. Yeah, she's like, you just do Control F. You find it. Yeah, it's like, they gave an equation to someone, like x is equal to, they complicated the formula, then they find x.
Then you type where.
This is x.
This is the same thing. Yeah, we can do Control F and find it. But now, if there are many, how are you going to do the Control F? Actually, it's the same idea. It's the same idea as if you have
let's say you have SKUs, right? Under E, you have SKUs like this, and for each you are going to run this formula. It's the same thing actually. Yeah, you can do the sorry, X lookup. So if it is just one, finding one entry at a time, yeah, Control F can do it. Yeah, for sure. Control F can do it. But if you have a range of things to find, then you need to it's the same thing, because this one has error handling way of doing it. It's exactly as if you were doing the VLOOKUP with error handling. That's it. So the first argument, so you notice that what we are looking for the SKU from this table, and what we want is to bring back those prices. Okay, someone will tell me, why don't we just copy this and this, and then you have the table?
Yeah.
No, we just want to illustrate. Yes. We are trying to do things on small data, but things that could be done on also real world and big data or high dimensional data. Huh? We can still filter. Yeah. So just to illustrate the error handling thing, imagine if I delete this. Okay, I delete this, and then I have it here. I'm not going to find it. So I just want to illustrate whether the X VLOOKUP will output the message SKU not found. The same way we did for VLOOKUP. Yeah? So let's go X lookup. So the element to find is the first one, right? Where do you find it? From the table of products. So I named it TBL product. Do I have it? How did I name it? Or I didn't name it, maybe. I don't know. Let me see. Allô, je te rappelle. Oui, je suis en cours, je te rappelle. Je te rappelle. Ouais. So I'm also good in French, if you don't know. Ok, on peut continuer en français. So mine is still table 4. So I can name it TBL products. Okay. So now in my my X lookup, I'm going to look for each. You know, don't see it as if you are wasting our time. You just want to do the search, and then if something is not found, it will output the message not found. So imagine we didn't have we did have this and this, and then you have other codes. Some may belong to this, some may not. Yeah, and then we just want to see which ones from this table are belonging to the original table. Yeah. So I can use now TBL, my table. So if you have a table, how do you access a particular column? If I have my table, I want to access the SKU column. How do I access it? Wow. Oh. So to access a particular column, you just have to use the square bracket, which is SKU. That's it, right? So it means that I'm looking for the element from E2, and now the column where I'm looking the E2 from is the column of SKUs. It is even highlighted here. Yeah. And now the third argument is you have to give me the price, the unit price of E2 if it is found there. If you find it in this range, give me the price, the unit price. If you don't find it, then I'll put SKU not found. It's simple, right? So, there is a shock here. So then, unit price, how do I access it? So TBL, product, and then if I use bracket, I'm going to see the unit price column. I select it, close my bracket, not my real bracket. I want to go to a new line, but I'm afraid. And then next thing to do is what? The message to output if there is an error. So it's not found. And the last thing is, how do we do the matching? So 0 still works here for exact matching, but you still have many things. You have, if I say 0, it will be like exact matching. Do I miss something? So if I hit enter, so now it is outputting 37. Do you confirm this? So I have looked for KB in this data. It's just like a copy paste, but it gets interesting when you don't find any code in here. Now the message is outputted, not found. Yeah. So now this is just small data. Someone will say, okay, let's just copy paste and then we paste it to the second byte, but not found. But if you have many rows, this is really helpful. So now I have another exercise for you. I'm not going to say anything. So if you're done here, you let me know, and then I will give you a very big exercise. I repeat this one. Yeah. Okay. So the purpose is to look for IDs, which are called SKUs from this table. So these IDs from this table. Okay. So if it is found, then I retrieve the unit price. If not, then I will get a handled error message. Instead of having an NA, it will be not found. Okay. So I start doing a VLOOKUP. Yeah.
Shows me what if maybe that SKU they are many.
That's why you can just double click and then it goes down. Many from which one? From the left hand side or right?
Same column, they are same. I mean, they are same SKU.
So you mean from this data?
I mean that maybe in a big data set, and we have the KB, many KB /100.
Yeah.
They have many.
Yeah. Like
I mean, they are duplicated.
That's it. I understand. Like you can have this merge with this and so, right? Those two coming here because, okay, let me tell you that this one is just like the table of unique IDs with the product names and their unit prices. So let me do something. Let's assume that now this is our table, right? And then we have our sales now. We can say we have quantity, and then we want the unit price from this table, but we don't have. You have the quantity and then unit price and then total price. Yeah, this is already an exercise. So we have things repeated. Thank you very much for letting me know this. We have things repeated. So we want to know, like this is the sale of today. We sold things randomly, and then this was sold twice, this one time. Yeah. Now I want to know the profit of today. Yeah. So if the quantity here was, I sold here 10 items from KB 100. Here I've sold 4. Here I sold 6. This one I sold 9. This is 20, for instance, and this one 100. So what will be the total price exercise? What is now the total amount of money I gathered from selling these products? And you know the unit price. And then you apply the formula of X. You look up. So what do we need? We need the unit price. How do you get the total price? Finish. And then how do you get the total? What was that? Please, let's do this one. It's becoming more interesting. So we use the lookup. Yeah, now it is not the copy paste. It's a real thing now. Can I add more problem? Yes, please. Please repeat. My cough was blocking my hearing.
What does the SQ stand for?
Let me look at my. It's just like a product ID. So the SQ. I don't know. If you want, if it is bothering you, just say product ID. Product ID, and here also we can say product ID.
So would we use the product ID for the product?
Sorry?
Would we use the product ID for the product?
No, now the exercise is simple, right? For each product ID, retrieve the unit price, and then you will be doing something to get the total price. And then at the end of the day, I need the grand total to see how much I made from my shop the entire day. Yeah. Let me ignore the dates. Yeah. If you have questions, please don't hesitate to ask. If there's something that you don't understand, you can still explain. You're done? I can see. I just wanted to figure out. You didn't want to ask? No. You know how to generalize the formula? Just click somewhere. And then you know the formula. With assistance, black and So, yes, there's a point that if someone doesn't have the Excel version that allows them to do X lookup, you can use the V lookup. You know how to do it, huh? Still do the V. Yes. Why are you calling me?
Hello.
Sorry for interrupting, but I don't know how to use this lookup. I have seen this. They were doing it, but I'm doing it and I'm unable to get the result like those they are getting. Yeah. Okay. They say there is two X or V, and when I try to do like the same one, I can't get results like those they are getting there on the feed. I don't know. I can't see the change. I'm not there. I always attend online, but when I try to do the same, I can't get the same result.
I hope I didn't contaminate you.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, I attended online, but while on the where they were going on the pause, I tried to do the exit lookup and I can't see the trend. Yeah, that's why I think it's an issue. Mhm. Okay, I think it's not possible because I'm using different devices. Yeah, I'm using my phone to attend and the PC for doing the work. Maybe I can take the picture and send it to you if possible. Okay, let me try.
So, what is the progress?
Just want to take you through what I did. See if I. Yeah, there is the name together.
Yes.
And the unit is right. If you run.
No. In fact, you have to receive those unit prices.
This one.
This one.
Then
Because they are from. You don't receive them manually. You use, you use that formula of X lookup. Yeah. You call it X lookup and then the function. And I will explain more about this formula. So the E2 starts from here, right? Once you are done with the E2, then you can drag the formula 2. Since it is not yet a table, but if it was a table, then it will be done for all the rows. Yeah. I want to let you do it, my hands are itching. Too much. It's too much. So I see that most of you have done it. Let's look up, use V. Use the VLOOKUP. Okay. So should we have the, should I do it? Since most of us have it. So I'm going to use V first. I'm going to start with VLOOKUP, and then I will do X later. So for the VLOOKUP, you already know, we need still an entry point, which is what? The product to ID to look for in that left-hand side data. So the left-hand side data has a name. How do we call it? It's TBL. So now that I provided the data and it is a table, I don't need to freeze anything. It's automatically done. This is the beauty of having a table. You just put the table name, comma. This is V. Yeah? Don't mix this. It is V. And then now the third. Okay. Most of us took the shortcut, like just 3. but you can use match to get the 3, right? And 0. So if you know that the exact colon index is 3, then you don't have to struggle with the match, right? And you have it, 37. And then once you have it for 1, what do you do next? Since this one is not a table, we just double click. And you have everything there. But now you have an issue. With VLOOKUP, you have an issue because there is no error handling. Okay? Now, let's do the same thing with now. With what? XLOOKUP. For those who do not have XLOOKUP, we can handle the error. How do you handle the error here? Yes. So before you go to the other example, you can put if error before, if error, and comma, not found. Then you have it. So we have 2 errors. The ID 220 was deleted. That's why we have not found. Okay. This is using what? VLOOKUP. And we can also use XLOOKUP and have the exact same result. Okay. Let's go ahead. XLOOKUP. What is the entry point? Yeah. The ID for which we want to get the unit price, right? And what is the second argument? So now we have to identify where the column where we are looking things from. Okay? In the table of products, what is the exact column? So you have the table of products. How to now index a particular column? So you just have to put the column name in the square bracket. So my table is TBL product, and the column I'm looking for is product ID. Okay. So what is the next thing to do? Now the return array. Return array is the array where we are now returning the values from. So the return array is the column of unit prices. How do I access the column of unit prices in the TBL product? How do I do it? Table name, square bracket, then unit price, and I close. So I have my return. So value to look for in the data, and then the column where we have the IDs and the return range or return array. You specify it, and now the error handling message directly in the function. So if you don't find it, you can say not found. And now the way of matching. 0 means exact matching. Then I have to close. So if it was a table, then it would have done it for all the what? Yeah. So either VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP is giving us the same answer, same results. Okay. Yeah. Is that clear now? So when you do your practicals, choose what is good for you. I don't know. There's a bad flow given.
So let's see the VLOOKUP.
Yes, the VLOOKUP. Ouch. There is. I'm getting shocked. Like. Yeah. So which one is easier? V or yes? Yeah. But with table, the syntax of VLOOKUP is shorter.
What if we have different sheets?
Hmm.
And let's look at how can we do it.
Come again?
We have more than one sheet because we're using only one sheet in this example. So if we have more than one, the same as we did on VLOOKUP before.
Yeah. So the different sheets you are having, is it the same data structure?
No, I'm saying
Uh-huh.
if we have more than one sheet.
Yeah, you will be clicking outside. You know,
Outside the
yeah, you, and then it will give you the difference of the other sheet. Now we are working within one sheet. So your question is, if this data was on, this is what we did in the morning. Yeah. So, yeah, good question. I can move this data elsewhere and still be able to run codes. So let me let people finish, and then you can still move it. But you know, it's just a matter of references. You know, it will take a sheet name and then, but you know, when you create a table, no sheet will affect it. The table exists in the workbook. So you don't have to specify a sheet name or it's recognized. You just add the name wherever you are. Okay? Yeah. So I don't have to move this one to another sheet. This is the beauty of working with data instead of having long path to difference any cell in the sheet. Yeah. We done? So now my question to you, like if you try to do the total here, will it work? Are you sure? If I say total, so I sum from here, from down to up, or from up to down. Why is it working? No. You know, the sum function ignores what is not numeric. Yeah. The sum function, anything that is not okay. If I leave the error there, so let me try to answer your question also. So if I leave, sorry, let me also remove the not found. This is what you mean? Oh.
We copy from
Yeah, very good. Because of the NA, the sum is NA. Huh? So I didn't handle the error, and I still need to sum. The sum doesn't work. So how do we overcome this? How? Yeah. So I'm sending you to this function, sum if. Sum with the condition. We'll handle this regardless of the errors you have. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. So we use sum if. So what is the range? This is the range. And the criteria is what? What is the criteria? The criteria should be, the number should not be a what? an error. So how do we say is not an error? How do we say that a number is not an error? Hmm? Hmm? How do we do that? Myself, I don't even know. Is a number, is any? We have is any, but we don't have is not an any. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me find it out for us. So is not in Excel. Okay. So it's saying I can say not is what? Is error. And then I do what? No, I think I'm messing up things. And some range. No. That's no good. That's not good. Okay, tomorrow I'll come up with the solution. But let's stick on what is working. So if it is a text message and not an error, it is ignored. If it is an error, you can still use if, but I forgot how to do it. So I can still find it. Some if it is not any. Yeah, I think it is complicated. Even forums are, yeah. Forums are failing to give me a good answer. I asked GDP. It doesn't make sense. The result will be nope. Unless Fabrice has something for us. Not Rwandan franc, English. So are you done with the total price? 10 times what? Times this. And I generalize. Then I can still reproduce this formula and I have, solve this. Please. I can see value problem because of not found. I've dragged this formula down and then I'm having two issues here. So how do I ignore this and this and get my final answers? If error, yes. You can handle the error, yes. Thank you. You can use if error before the product. If error, and then we can do missing. Then we can drag, and you have the sum. Okay? Yeah. So my profit of today, or my total sales, are around 8,000 USD. Yeah. So if you have any task to pay, you can also continue the exercise as we did in the morning. Okay. So if you want to know how many items we did sell in this particular day, you can just reproduce also the formula. And you can reproduce also this so that we get no dollar. So we sold 199 items. So just the summation of this. Okay? Yeah. So if it happens that you retrieve this code, you can put it back. The not found will disappear. Like if I copy this and paste it here, there's no not found. Everything is neat. Automation. You delete one, they will appear. Yeah? You put it back, everything comes back intact. Yes. Playing with data. Yes. All right. No, it's not a must. So the question is, please, it's for everyone. She's asking whether it is a must to start our table from A1. It's not a must. I can cut it. I even put it down here. Nothing will affect my calculations. Yeah, it's not a must. It's just defining a table wherever you want. Okay? It could be somewhere here. Doesn't affect any result. Okay? Yeah. They are affected. Oh, you can cut Control X. Yeah, somewhere else. Does it affect this? No, it doesn't. Yeah. And you see that all. I see now. Okay. Yeah, because the references that are created here are the references from here. So this is just a copy of this. So it doesn't match. But if you cut it and move it entirely, you can see that even the references, let me do it. You see? Like here, I was considering what? I want to do something. So since it is a table, you cannot see the movement of things, you know. Otherwise, even the referencing, instead of something is starting from A, whatever, it will take now the A20, or A, if you move it down. Sorry? No, but when you do this, you also
But they also consider them where's the table of origin? Yes. Yeah. So, it's X, huh? It's, what's the name? You didn't add the name? No. Wait. A table must have a name. If you need to give a name, it's called table 4.
Oh.
So the name is this. You can call it products. Products with S. Because there's a function called enter. So now you can start doing it. Come on. The name of this table. Just write it. You write it. Yeah. Products. You want to identify now the SKUs or product edges. Okay. And then go for unit price. This is the third argument. Unit price and then comma 0. Yeah. Table name and then the column you are considering. Column of unit price. But this is not the original data. The original data doesn't have. It's that one. This is the problem. The original data doesn't have total. We only have this and this. This is the original.
How do you put space between dollar sign?
I think it has something to do with the version of my Excel. Because, yeah. Is what you have in that? Sorry? Is what? How did you do that? Having this. How did you customize it? Sorry. I'm oh, but if you don't, then it's the product table and then the column of SKUs, comma, the table and then Unit price? No. When you say product, means you are considering the entire table. But I need the column of space. So you need now? Yeah. Select this. It means that from my products, my table and from my table products, I consider the SPM column. That when you move forward, now you want to do the same thing for this. So if you know how to do that, but you have to consider this table first. Table first and then this one. The table really is good. Yes. And then how do you identify this? And then what is the current corresponding? Do you see the name? And then now the fourth argument is how do you do the math? Now you give the X, right? X. So now the error message. Not found. In quotation. Yeah, but what's the message here? Like this. And then the last one is you put 0 to 0 and close. Yeah, if you want to bring the missing values, you can get it. But you need something missing, but yeah. Yeah. All right. So, huh? We end at 5. Okay. All right. So, 10-minute break, and then we resume at what? 16:05. Then we finish at 5. Who's saying yes? Why are you bringing yes here? Eh? Sorry? Another room? Ah. Yeah, you are right. I'm not the one to take care of this issue. Yeah. To the CEO or yeah. Blancha, we need a NACI. A NACI.
Need what?
Air conditioner.
Air conditioner.
Yeah.
Oh, there is no room here with air conditioner. All the rooms are right now. Hey, the institution has to deal with that. Okay.
Okay, since you don't want to go, short break. What is the product that generates? This is an exercise. What is the product generating more income or more money? Yeah, in the table you just have. Hmm? You see, you are checking line by line, but it should not be like that. Thank you very much. Pivot table. And then for each product, we sum the total prices. If you want to identify, you see, like sometimes as a businessman, you're interested in which is the product that is generating more income in my shop. So now they are repeated. If you try to look at it line by line, you can see it. But if there are many, how are you going to see? So sometimes you want to see which product is generating more income, so that if you want to like filter, yes, filter could work. Filter could work, yes. But filter could work, but you know that the KB 100 is repeated twice. How do we deal with that? So if with the pivot table, what you do is to aggregate total prices for a unique product. And then you will have a clear idea of which product is generating more income. Yeah. Oh, I need to run. All right. So can you mimic the? Can you do the pivot table and get the answer from what we have? Or you forgot about the pivot table? So we go to insert, then pivot table. And then we move. So it is telling us that I'm going to create a new worksheet for you. If you don't want, you can say existing and then you make it under this table. Okay? So I'm going to tell Excel, let me just do it in this. I'm not going to go far. So I click here and hit enter. Okay? So instead of new worksheet, you select existing worksheet. And then you click on this blue and red thing here. You click on this. After clicking, so it will allow you to, oh, what is going on? Sorry. My Excel has disappeared. Hey. Man, I lost my work. Let me check again. Yeah, it's back. I saved. So, insert, pivot table, existing. Okay? And then I click here. You see? Click here to specify where the pivot table should stand. And you hit enter. Then it will give you the range of where the pivot table should sit. And you click on OK. Now it is up to you. How will we get total price for each product? What do we drag first? Product ID. You see, they are repeated, but now even total is coming. So why is total coming? We don't need it. How do we remove it? No, we can still do this. You drag, you put it in filter, the same product ID, and you say, I don't want the totals. But now where is my pivot table? Yeah. So I've filtered out, I said I don't want to see any total. So if you click on total, it will come. I don't want to see any total. But normally I should not, I should get, yeah, it is product ID. Yeah. So I've filtered out the totals, okay? Total is not here, okay? And now I want the total prices. I just drag and drop in sums. Now you can see that the product that is generating more income is the KV 100, okay? The chart. Yeah, if you want to create a chart, you can also do so. You can just highlight this part, okay? And you go to insert. You can draw any chart you want. Yeah. So you can see that the KB 100 is on top. All right. So I just, and then when you have a chart, you also have, you can customize it. You can, if you want, you can add numbers like here. You can add numbers on top of it, so you can see the prices. All right. You can change colors. You can do whatever you want. But today, normally, I didn't want to like mention charts. So you customize the way you want. Okay. Yeah. So depending, if your report is having like a black background, you can choose the background that is good for you. Yeah. So did someone miss the charting part? The plotting part? I think you have closed for the day. Okay. You're going, okay. You know, no one wants to go. That's why maybe I leave you 20 minutes before the end. I repeat the charts. Are we going for the stretch or we continue? And then we chat?
The pivot went directly with the dollar sign.
Yes. Yeah. Let me check. Maybe you don't have dollars. Yeah, we still have the value matching problems. So for the chart, you just highlight the white part. Okay. You can even consider the entire part. At the end of the day, you can also specify that I don't need totals. Okay. If you say that don't consider totals in the charting, you can also do that. Okay. Yeah. Please follow for the charting part. I highlighted this white part, okay? And then I went to insert. Now in insert, I have many, I can do bars if I want. Bars, even bars, I have 2D bars and even 3D. The one I can do 3D bar, okay? So I have the horizontal ones, I have vertical ones, I have the stacked bars, so they are stacking each other, okay? I have also the dodged one, they are dodging, like, they're not stacked, they are dodged. So it's up to you. So if you use 3D, this is the 3D, okay? If you want to use 2D, it's also up to you, okay? So I'm using just 2D. This is what Excel gives you when you click on one chart. And there is a way of changing the design. So the design, you can select from what Excel is giving you, from these ones. So as you click, you see how it is reacting, right? And then for your report, you choose the one that is good for your looking. Yeah? So if none of them is, so if, for instance, this one is good, you can go to, yeah, this is already good. Because if you want to get the numbers, there is also a way of adding things here. Yeah? You can add numbers, so they're already on. You can even change the color if you want. If you want, you can change the color of the bars. Yeah. If this is good looking, then you can copy and paste into your report. Yes, please. Okay. So, okay, let me repeat that one. So I'm going to start over. Even here, delete the pivot table. So I have to click on product ID. So or anywhere, okay? Then I go to insert a pivot table. I click on pivot table, isn't it? Then you have, if you leave it as this one, Excel is going to create what? A new sheet for you. But I just want to have it underneath my table. So I said, use an existing worksheet. So it will now say, okay, give me the range where in this existing, where exactly it should sit. So I click on this blue and red, and I select anywhere I want it to sit. You know, let it be here. Then I hit enter and okay. All right. Now, how do I get my unique product IDs? I just drag and drop it here. Now the problem I have is I don't want any total in it. So I can use this slicer if I want. I unselect total. Then I only have product IDs. Now I can take the total prices and drag and drop on values. Then I have this. Okay. If I now want to generate my chart, I just select, and yeah, I can select like this, and then I insert, and yeah. So I'm changing things as I move. It was vertical, now I can also consider horizontal if I want. It depends on how you want your chart to be. Now it is horizontal. Yeah, if you want to have things like this, then you can change the color into something like this. Yeah, if it is good looking for you, then you can copy and paste into your report. Which one? Yeah. You click there. You click. And then you now click somewhere. Yeah. And then hit enter. Okay. Yes. Right. Yeah. I think if this one appears in a report, it's beautiful, right? Yeah. So you start now the narration. Hmm? Yeah. So if you don't have any total, you can delete it to make more space. Yeah. And that's it. Hmm? You're happy? Yes, yes. It should work. So, wait. So now you say existing here. And then you pivot table should sit somewhere here. Yeah, okay. So this is a bar plot. If I want a pie chart, I can also do that, right? You know what is a pie chart? In French, we call it diagram en camembert. Camembert, camembert. Camembert is camembert. You see how it is? It's circular. So now, if you have a camembert, you can cut it like this, right? Then it becomes a pie plot. Yeah. Okay, let's call it pizza plot. Hmm? So I want to also use the same data to have a pie plot, and the pie plot gives you even in terms of percentage. So in what percentage KB is contributing to my today's sale? Okay. So I go to insert, and then what I do? So you have this one is called a donut. Yeah, we are bringing food in Excel. I don't. Donut plot. This is we have donuts, we have pies. Soon we'll be having pizzas, or even tacos plot. Hmm? This is the 2D. If you want like to detach it, you can just click on one and then detach it like this. Then you can see the pies. Yeah, it's scattered. So if you also want to like add percentages, you also have options. You see? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then it is up to you. Which one you want? This one looks good. Hmm? Yeah. So many options to do things. And if you want to copy and paste into your report, it's the same way. Just copy, paste, and then you start your narration from my sales. 1, 2, 3, blah blah blah, and then you have a report. Yeah. All right. So let me look at our guideline or our. I don't even see anyone having a chat. I don't know. I'm moving faster than Flash. You have? I'm very sure you have. Yes. Wow. Yeah, sometimes I move fast, yes. I don't know, anytime I go like this and come back, I get shocked. So it's not that you have just one chart at a time. You can have many charts in the same workbook, not notebook. Okay. Yeah. Who is having trouble? Yes. Yes.
But how can we know if we have a lot of
products?
Yeah.
So if you have so you mean if you have
in the chart? Yeah.
So in this row,
Yeah.
in this column, if I have many, so then please don't do this.
That's why I'm saying don't just
Yeah, we don't do this. We just consider this one and then you rank the values. You rank them from the smallest to the biggest. You know, sometimes when you get a pivot plot like this, it's better to copy and then paste value somewhere else so that you can operate. Okay, you copy, you can create another cell like this. You say summary 1, and instead of pasting directly, you paste to the destination whatever. So there's no formatting. You paste to the destination, then you have things like this. Now, if you want to now rank them to see whether to see which one is contributing the most, you can just put a filter. You know how to add a filter here? So you go to A, Z, and then filter. So you can put a filter, and you say, I'm filtering from A to. So this one will bring the smallest to the biggest, but I need descending. Yeah. So now KB has moved up. It's good, right?
If you want them to be still connected to the family, and
that's also a good question. It's a good question. I don't know if you can put a filter here, but let's try. Filter disappeared. We can't. Yes. That's why, this is from my experience. I clear. If I clear, total is coming back. Then I'm in big trouble. Yes. And there's no way I can unfilter something here. So that's why you create a separate sheet, do your things there, and then that's it. Excel is good. Excel is easy. So it's not like those abstract, okay, Excel can do things. Excel also has a coding part, if you call VBA. But this, you are not covering here. VBA. You write codes as if you were in Python or Java and JavaScript. And it does things, does very, very good things, okay? So one can just be good in Excel and do data science, but at a limited level. Yeah. But now when it comes to heavy work, Excel cannot handle more than 2 million rows. Not more than even 1.4 million rows. So you need a programming language to handle large amount of data. Okay. So if you want to come back for introduction to R programming, which I'll be taking, you are welcome. I think after this one, you will see me again. You will get tired of me, or you will see someone else. Okay. Huh? All right. So I'm going to check again my guideline. So we covered matching. We covered X lookup, and the next thing is index. So if you finish with index, can we call it a day? Yeah. Yeah. So please, let's reproduce this table. Yes. And then we do the index. And I explain what it does. And then the one is complete. So Q1 could be quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. And the code is even self, you are just trying to get a value in this matrix, right? It's specifying two columns. One is pointing what? Column on the rows, one is pointing the regions, and the second one is pointing to the quarters. So bring me the value from the eastern part. What? At which quarter? Quarter 3, and then you get 149. I think it's exactly that. So first of all, when you finish entering the data, transform it into a table so that the index formula can work very easily. You don't even need to transform it into a table. Okay? No need. Yeah. No need. You done? But you go fast. Wow. And then you can put the formula somewhere. This one. Yes. So B2 to E5. This is just from the example, but it could be from your size A1 to A5. A1 to A, B, C, D, E to E 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. But since we are considering numbers, we start from B. So B2 is 120. And then you highlight it like this. You highlight from diagonally, from 120 to 150 to get this. And then you use the match formula. So if you want to have B2 to E5, don't hard code it using your hand. Like you can just do this. You click on 120 and then you drag diagonally up to 152. Then you get it. So in Excel, when you have Q1, a letter and a number, if you want to have Q up to 4, you can just drag it, okay? It will add 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't have to type it. But you can also have an autofill. You just drag and move to the Move horizontally, you will get it. Okay. Then you have north, south, east, west. Now here I have 120, 135, 142, 160, 98. So if I want to have like Q1, Q2, and Q3 in the middle, how do I do it? If you want to align Q1, Q2, I want to center them the way they are. The entire. No, I just want these columns. And then it's just like in Word. You have those things here. And that's it. If you want to make them bold, you click on bold. If you want to add any, okay, let's do bold here. If you want to change even the font from Aptos to something else like Arial, it's up to you. Okay? You have Arial. Yeah? If you want to have even this band, like the green, you can use the fill. And I have something like this if I want. Yeah. If you want to delimitate your table, you can also do things like this. Add borders. Yeah. It's up to you. And this one can be copied and pasted into the report also. Now use this to write the index formula. So it's just like a matrix. And the matrix just has like a row names and column names. And you want to locate a certain value in that matrix. The matrix starts from 120 to 150. Yeah? 152. Okay, let me bring it simply before we go into much. The index needs indexes to work. Okay, so I'm selecting the range. So what is the index of Node and Q4? Node and Q4. Yeah. No. Index. Index is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is then 1, 2, 3, 4. So for Node we have 1. And Q4? No. It's 4. You know, I highlighted this only. So we start counting from here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, simple. If I want to get this number, how do I do? In terms of index. A5? So in terms of index, Node represents 1. So normally I need 1, right? And the Q4 represent for this matrix represent 4. I just need 4. And what should I get? No, not from 1 to 4. The first argument is for the row. So I'm locating this and then the intersection of this and this to get the 150. So I need the first row and the fourth column. This is what the index formula is doing. First row and fourth column. And then I get this number, 160.
The second one. Get the second one.
So if you, is it clear or not? Huh? Yeah, I'm not confused, so I can still explain. So it's just something you want to know, right? So I'm not considering the matching function yet to say that since the matching is returning numbers. So if you want an element at an intersection 1 and 4. So this is row. The first argument in index is considering the row, right? Row 1, column 4. Row, wait. Row 1 is start from here. Where is column 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. And what is the intersection? That is the 160. So it means that maybe if it is maybe I don't know, you can say from the northern region, the value at quarter 4 is 160. Yeah, south now is in terms of number, it is 2. If I say south and quarter 1, south and quarter 1, what do you do? If I need the value of south for quarter 1, it's 2-1. Yes, for south and quarter 1, 98. South quarter 1. Now, if I want west quarter 3, west and quarter 3. West in 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 3. Now you are getting it. 4. Yes, please ask. So B to E5 is a range. If I do equal and then I select this from here to diagonally here, this is how you get the B2. This is just the matrix of numbers.
Can you explain it practically, maybe for which use? Me, I'm a program manager.
Yes.
I have a data set. Do I need trying to figure out when?
But you relate. You know what is this, right? For each region or province in Rwanda, for corresponding quarters. So this is time, right? You have a certain value. Maybe the goals you set, or I don't know, something. I set some goals, and then from the northern part, I got 120 as something that comes out in quarter 1, as compared to south. So south is 98, and then east is 143, west is 110. So if you want to compare somewhere here, what is in quarter 1 the region that performed the best?
East.
It's east. So you can get this table. Generally, you know what is this table. So now, from this table, if I want to get from a particular region name and a certain quarter, be able to get the value. I said from the western province, I need the value that comes from quarter 3. I get this.
As supporting, the reason you are not seeing the use because it's small, you
Yeah.
But imagine if it was a day and
Big. It will be very tough to see. And regions are always short. So imagine if you have like 30 districts here in Rwanda. I was working with data from Ghana. Ghana has more than 200 districts. So imagine if you have to do this work here. You cannot see it. Yeah, 200 and something. So it's many pages. But you want to get a value from that, like a Q3, but for a given district. Then the way I was doing it, putting 1, 4, 3, whatever, is because you can see it. But now, if you don't have the possibility to see it, then you have to specify the names. Like you search for East in this range, A2 to A5. A2 to A5 means A2 to A5. Give me the index of East. So the matching function will give you 3. Isn't it? You get 3 from the matching function. So the index here will be 3. And this one, Q3 from B1 to E1. From B1 to E1. So those are the column names. So search Q3. So you have 1, 2, 3. So it is at the intersection of 3 and 3. That's why you get the 149. Okay? Yeah. So I think it is too much knowledge for just a single day. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. It's from B2 to E5. So, guys, I think, yeah. Yeah. This is not the idea. So you are just doing a copy paste. Yeah. So what we just need is to get a certain value. Yeah. Let me explain something a little bit. So if you want to translate this into words, like give me the value intersecting eastern region at quarter 3. So visually you can do it. Eastern quarter 3. You have your 50 tonight. So you in your reports, if you want an automated report, you can get this value to maybe you had maybe a previous value on of a previous report you had, and then you want to focus on that number. Like in the eastern province or eastern region, the number was this before, but in this new survey, that number is now 149. You see, so you can do the difference between whatever and what happened. You can say the things that contributed to the change of that number. Yeah. So you can end it here for today. So there is communication. Then later on, I will be sending some exercises so that you can, if you want to do something tonight, you're coming back tomorrow. Send the exercises. You're not. Yeah, I will send everything. I will send the slides. You can even check the slides. Have an idea before I lie to you tomorrow. Sorry? Yeah. Google.
So I think we will open it. We're supposed to create an account.
Okay. Then how am I going to send the education? Yeah.
We share the slides.
Yeah. I will send the exercise to him and then we will forward it to him. Everything. There's no, we don't hide anything for anybody. Yeah, you can have slides even on Power BI if you want. I can share it with you. All right, thank you very much for your attention. Yeah. So online we are ending, and see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.